Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, hello, hello. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Put the bed music on. Do feel free to join.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear, whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle. you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked what is,
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
and for all of us, your insight,
Your question,
your feeling,
your vision.
it all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
Ask yourself why.
what are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
Words matter,
they affect our thoughts
and our thoughts affect what we do.
and how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here,
They help shape the space we are creating together.
so speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment,
Only presence.
only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. And when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed,
Click the link.
and come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds.
And open hearts.
What is? What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Wait, hold up. Let's not play that again. Still getting into my admin, and forgive me. How are we keeping, Crazy?
Not bad at all. I was just waiting.
First in the door, as per usual.
I was going to say music is beautiful in the chat, but no, I wanted to come and say thank you very much for the opportunity yesterday. It was nice. It's a great opportunity to show people like Jack who's there watching us anyway that there's growth in the character who wants to become in a similar position as I've been run my own show. So thank you for that. It was really cool. I did try my best to be neutral and give it, try and make sure everybody got a word in.
Yeah, I must reciprocate, Crazy, because I've seen quite a big change in you, particularly in the last stream, where you still have the same forceful character to drive your points home, but you have a clutch now that allows you to basically administer the show where I wasn't. So really appreciate you giving space to people who hadn't spoken for a little while. And yeah, beautiful, mate. Thank you. I think we may have lost Crazy for a moment. So anybody else that's watching, Jack, we've got Jack in the chat and a few others. Do join us. I also noticed in DNW's beautiful intro music, it mentions those of us that are a little afraid. I've been very afraid for a long time. You may hold the secrets that the regular panel members, and myself included, are missing. So there's that little voice in the back of your head. Do join the show. Tell us what you think.
Oops.
Hi, Chickpea. Welcome back.
Hi, Dirty.
Are you well, my darling?
How are you?
Yeah, better today. It's a bit cooler.
Is it? Oh, I've been asleep all day.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I know. Beautiful escapism. I
Lovely.
tell you, it's baking outside.
Mm.
Yeah, it's all day long. I woke up about 10 minutes ago. Oh,
Yeah, we've
gosh.
lost a few degrees here and had some breeze, so it's really dropped the temperature a bit. And it's much more comfortable.
Where are you?
South Wales.
Oh, lucky you. What, Swansea?
Just at the foot of the Brecons, basically. Just off
All
north
right,
of Tip.
okay. Yeah, I know. I was married to a guy from Swansea.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But he was a meat eater, so he didn't last very long, unfortunately. Yeah.
Caucasian Sasquatch asking, what is the topic? The topic is open today, but I've titled the show, what should I have titled this stream? So,
But anyway,
sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
So what are you so scared of? I heard you say you were scared of something.
Basically, I was scared of myself
Oh,
and too afraid to let my inner creativity out into the world for fear of judgment.
all
So
right.
I've hidden myself away from exposure, basically. And
Right.
B&W's show has very much helped me just allow myself out. And it's been a long process of the last year or two, but yeah, the D&W's Finding Gnosis panel has just so many different voices, so many different opinions, and an open space, and it's been a really good dojo for me to practice.
Yeah. Yes, it's helped me a lot. I've had terrible depression linked to my early years of life, and it's really helped me with it. I've let it go, just let it go.
Yeah, I think that's the key, isn't it? Is letting go.
You have to let go, and that's the hard bit. And yes, I've done that. I've let go. I've finally forgiven and let it go.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, that's what you have to do: forgive and let go. Which is hard to do, because I tell you something, I've seen a lot of shrinks in my time as therapist, and no one achieved it, but somehow I did it here. Weird.
That's it. Sometimes you stumble across your own path, and you can get lots of help from lots of directions, but if it doesn't click inside you, it's not really going to cut it. Yeah, I feel very similar.
You know what else I discovered on this channel? A substance called ALA, alpha lipoic acid. And as we get older, our sweat glands stop working properly. Have you heard of that?
No, I hadn't.
It's horrible when you get older, yeah. And I really noticed it myself. This acid stuff is, some sort of herb or something, stops that from happening, so you get through the heat better. Because when we get older, the heat can be a killer.
Yeah, sure.
And it's really, really helped. I would have never have found out if I hadn't have been here.
Yes, that's it. Lots of nuggets of information shared on this panel, isn't there? It's a gold mine.
Find out a lot here. Yeah. Yes. I've been coming here for 18 months now. Yeah. Long time.
Yeah, I'm soon being part of the furniture, mate.
Yes, he'll start calling you the sofa. That's why I get called the sofa. Yeah.
Dark Meta says he's got a good title for the show. Do join us and let us know your secrets, Dark Meta. Crazy, you back in the room?
Oh, I am. Yes, I'm back in the room. I was listening to it as I went off there, praising the ego up. But thank you very much for those kind words. And
I'm glad you caught it. Yeah, nice.
And it was just, the back end of me saying thanks for an opportunity, and it was great because there was a couple of conversations I didn't know, and instead of trying to overtake, I just thought, gotta let my voice be heard, haven't I? So I'll moderate in the middle or something. And then obviously with Vanguard, well, bless him.
Yes, bless him. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
Oh, sorry, interrupting. Sorry. Bad habit.
No, just unfortunate timing. You go ahead, my darling.
Oh, how are your budgies?
Yes, well, actually, I was just talking to my sister, and she's saying they're probably doing better in the heat because it's more like home. So, yeah, I think they're fine, actually. Mango does have this horrible habit of throwing the food bowl on the floor. She's been able to work out how to detach the food bowl from the cage.
Oh.
So when she eats through the seeds and gets to the salads, she's had enough of it and just chucked it on the floor.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of a wrestling match with that one.
She will win. I tell you that, but she's going to win.
She already has. I go down and refill it and put more seeds in it.
Yeah, she'll win. They always do. But my cats are all stretched out in comas everywhere. They're completely all stretched out everywhere. Poor babies.
Yeah, I guess it's hot for the moggies.
Yes, very. I've lost cats. A few years back, I lost a cat from heat stroke. It's heartbreaking.
Oh dear, yeah.
Yeah. 1 minute. Dirty. Sorry, I got 2 words. I just need to go see a guest
Sure.
a minute for 2 minutes. So it doesn't bug me while there. I have a quick answer for the question of the day, as I normally do. I would have just put the word should in there because it's highly confusing. I don't know what you mean by should. So if I'm going to at least answer your question without being a twat, I would have said, what would you name the stream?
Yes, I wrote should, and then I thought I shouldn't write should, and then when I thought I shouldn't write should, I caught myself in a paradox, so I left it in there. I'm glad you saw it.
No, you did. You went, Gracie's going to come and mention I'll be. I know. Obviously should for me because, I'm more Gnostic. But yeah, I would have named it if I'm going to play the gong. What would you name the title of the stream? And I actually do like that. I think that's awesome. If anybody does have a problem with the should, just ask them what they would. Then go 2 ways. I don't know. It's one for one tongue for another, one for another. Like guys, I gotta just say a guess. Only 5 minutes. I come back and let you guys talk about your budgies and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Catch you later, man.
I love you both, Steve.
I think it should be called "Have a Good Wine." You know what, Dirty? I'm a great believer in allowing people to have a good old wine and a moan, which is something in our world. You mustn't moan or complain. Oh dear, you have to be happy and sing. And I've always found that such a hard thing to live with because I'm totally the opposite. If someone wants to whine at me, they can moan and moan and moan. I will listen to them and I will empathize with them and everything else. Yeah. Yes, sorry.
That resonates.
Obviously.
No, that resonates deeply with me, Chickpea. I think, like you said, it basically means that we all end up keeping it bottled in and not having a way to let that churning out of the being. And I very much agree with you.
Yeah, because it all gets stored up inside and it just festers away. It does. I know so because I know that one thing. And I find living in the world, you mustn't talk about it. I think that's one of the reasons why the world is such a horrible, bloodthirsty mess, because people have got so much anger stored inside them. I mean, absolute burning rage stored away, which I find quite scary, actually.
Yes. And the fact that it's hidden away on the inside means it's not very easily visible, and you can't know where it is necessarily.
Yeah. And when that unleashes, I think that's one of the reasons why the world is such a shit tip, because I personally don't have a good word to say about it. Because, so, don't get me wrong, I don't like what I see. And I think a lot of it's to do with suppressed anger. You can actually sense it from people. You can sense it, and I don't know.
So what do you need to vent today, Chickpea?
Nothing. I'm okay.
You've done it, all of you.
I've done it all. I've been venting for years, but I've been venting on here really bad. And it's really helped because I've been venting at men, something I never dared to do in the real world, in real time, for obvious reasons, because, a man can beat me up if I shout too much at him. But here, of course, he can't. And it's really helped me, the fact that I can lash out at men. And I've had a few men say to me, I can feel your hatred. And I thought, I bet you can.
Yes.
And it's helped.
Yeah, wonderful that you found at least some avenue to let it out.
Yes, it has really helped here. Yeah, it has done. And it does help. It's made a huge difference to how I feel about things. I'm not full of joy to spring by any means, but it has helped. I've noticed it.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be. Like you say, it's once you've let go of the negativity, you don't need all this positivity. It's just you're not weighed down anymore, and that means the world to me anyway. In my experience.
Yeah.
Hey Yuzu, how are you keeping?
What's up?
Are your plants suffering in the heat yet?
Still suffering.
Haven't you got cold air machine?
I've got a fan on right now. It's decent, to be honest, but the moment I get away from that fan, I'm boiling.
Yeah, I've got 3 cold air machines in my bedroom, and I just sit in the middle of them.
Only if you want to answer, Yuzu, but whereabouts are you in the country?
I'm in the southeast.
Right, yeah.
I'm
Where?
near London. Near London.
Oh, right. Oh, I'm in East End.
Mm.
The good old East End. I actually like it here. You know, even though it's, yeah.
Caucasian Sasquatch says, that seems hateful, or is that just me? I think from my experience, I don't mean to talk on your behalf, Chickpea, but from my experience, being hateful is all of that hate being on the inside of my being,
Exactly.
and the
That's
lack
what
of
yeah.
expression of it means it stays there.
Yeah.
So at least having some way to express it allows me to empty myself of that
Yes.
hatred.
Yeah, because this is a safe space. It's a very, very safe space, which doesn't exist. Because I've been in group therapy, and even in group therapy as a female, you never ever dared really express your anger at a man or something by simple virtue of the fact, as a female, you daren't. But here I got that, and I've really lashed out. Yeah, and it's safe.
Mm.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think
you've
I've.
given that to me.
Sorry, Chickpea, I was talking over you.
Sorry, no. DW made that available to me, something that no one else ever did. Yeah.
Yes, what a wonderful space he's made.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it has worked.
I think my problem with
oh, I hate this. See, now I hate this sort of stuff because I don't care what anyone says. If you've been abused by somebody, you will feel hatred towards them. I don't care what anyone says.
Trust me, I've got a lot of enemies.
Yes, I can't bear when people say that hate is this and hate is that. Yeah, I look at what goes on in this world, and there's a hell of a lot of hate about. Look at our history, terrible human history. We are overflowing with hatred, and look what we do to the animal kingdom. Because if that isn't hatred, I don't know what is. And no, I totally agree with that sort of optimistic nonsense. I'm sorry, a lowlife. I'm an animal rights activist or ex-animal rights activist. Yeah.
Don't be sorry, Chickpea.
Well, I'm not sorry. It's always my conversation I'm very much into. I don't know what we do to the animal kingdom. Yeah, but you cannot forgive until somebody listens to your hatred. That's the problem. This is what I had. You cannot forgive until somebody has taken your hatred on and listened to you and let you rant and let you overcome it. You can't, it's not possible. And I've had psychiatric treatment, so I do know what I'm talking about. I admit it. You know, I've had plenty of therapy. I had a thing with my mother, low life, really bad, murderous hatred.
Mm.
Coming here, having ranting has given me the ability to forgive her and understand why it all happened, basically. No,
yes,
so
right.
It helped. Yeah, it helped.
Yeah, I think the parents is a common one. I was going to say earlier that I've had a lot of anger in me for a lot of my childhood, and I think a big part, not the sole reason, but a big part of the reason was my dad being an alcoholic.
Yes.
And when he was in his alcohol phase, he'd become very angry. And if
Yeah.
I got angry at his behavior, he would simply become more angry than me.
Yes.
And being my dad, he could always out anger me in terms of his emotional expression. So I very quickly learned to just not let that anger out.
Yes.
And very much that would then charge me on the inside, and I would remain full of this charge that I couldn't dissipate anywhere, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're saying. And people don't recognize that in us, and we're all victims of it, unless you've been very, very lucky. You know? Yeah. It's mine. I've finally forgiven my mother for it's taken me 72 years to forgive, but I've forgiven her. I've let it go, and I actually miss her.
Oh, congratulations! I'm pleased for you, Chickpea. That's really wholesome.
Yes, it is. I'm so happy that that's happened. You can't believe how happy I'm about it. But now I find myself missing her because, well, she was still my mother.
Yes.
Yeah. I never thought that I'd ever say that I miss my mother, but I do. For all her faults.
Jack's highlighting that hate is perhaps just the anger, the absence of forgiveness. Jack,
Yes.
do join the panel if you want to elucidate your thoughts, brother.
But you've got to get rid of the anger before you can forgive. And you have to. There's no other way. There's no other way.
Yes, Dark Matter Official resonating with my childhood. I think it's far more common than is easily recognized.
Yes.
I know I was so wrapped up in my experience that I couldn't imagine anybody else going through the same thing, and yet it's almost everywhere.
Yeah. I believe it's one of the reasons why our prisons, because I believe that one of the reasons why our prisons are full of people is all to do with that negative childhood. It all stems back to those early years. Prison, psychiatric unit, same difference. It is. It is. Yeah. So I'll shut the bleep up now.
No, don't.
Childhood. Yeah, it's yes.
Sorry to hear that, Dark Matter. I do feel for you, brother.
Yeah.
For those of you listening, I'm just going to remind you that it's easy to be afraid of what you have to say. It's easy to be afraid of what's inside you, and it's easy to be afraid to let it out. I dare you to be brave and join the panel. I know you've got something good to say. And I know that you have insights that the rest of us don't have. Do join us.
Because I tell you, Dirty Low Life, speaking of somebody that's always had a lot of cats, and I have also had, a mother cat with kittens. And I'll tell you something, I don't find that us humans on the whole make very good mothers or fathers, come to that. Animals do a far better job of it. They give their young far more affection than we do. And they do, They do. The amount of affection a cat gives her kittens, you wouldn't believe. I've never seen a human do that. I've never seen it.
Most parents are shit. Most parents don't know how to teach their kids anything. I wasn't taught anything of any substance. I mean, my dad kind of was, but it wasn't really his fault because my mum cheated on my dad and then took me away from him, and I wasn't allowed to see him till I was 5 and that sort of thing. And she was overprotective. She never really taught me anything. My dad wasn't around enough. But yeah, most parents are just complete garbage, to be honest.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for saying that, because I tend to think it, and I really think it. I don't think it's all our fault. I think it's just generational. It's just happened down the generations. I really think it.
Like you said a minute ago, Chickpea, it's a lot of stuff in childhood is what leads to all these problems down the line. And I think if you don't get over that soon, you're raising children from a difficult position.
Yes, yeah, you just pass it all on. Sins of the fathers fall on the children and their children down the generations. Oh, there's Jack going to tell me.
Welcome, Jack. Good to see you, brother.
You guys cheer up and be a happy little daughter.
I love you guys. I've been enjoying the conversations from what I've heard, and myself, I've learned a lot, right? And the things you were saying was confirmation for what I've learned. Our parents, you know what? I was a dad. I already played that role, and I did not know what I was doing. I've got a son who hasn't spoken with me in years as a result, so the damage was done. But in hindsight, it wasn't entirely my fault because I didn't have like a good example of a dad there. I had parents who were arguing and yelling all the time, So, and I think many of us grew up with stuff like that. And this is what I've been learning about my own inner trauma and where I had room for forgiveness. Learning about that stuff kind of showed me I'm just a product of this society. We've got a world that hurts, right? It creates hurt, and it doesn't have to be that way. But to do it, we got to do the work, right? Because we don't want to keep carrying hate with us. The world has shown enough of that. So what I found helpful is to be honest with myself, allow myself to grieve, because a lot of my hate and anger came from a sadness of being helpless. And I actually think that's a lot of us. So if you can be honest and compassionate with yourself, the forgiveness, that's how you help yourself.
I did the opposite. I was just raging anger, murderous, brutal anger. I actually told a psychiatrist this many years ago that I want to murder my mother. So they put me under a section, not official section, but a section. And that anger has only got rid of since I've been coming here. I've been giving men on this channel a hard time to get rid of it. That's actually happened. And I've really been letting rip to get rid of this brutal anger of mine. Because I can't do it in the real world by simple virtue of the fact I don't. I don't want to get my head smashed in for obvious reasons. Yeah, but D&W's done that for me.
Just before we move on too far, I would like to just say I'm grateful to you, Jack, for the work you've done, your humility, your grieving for your losses, and your honesty to come and express it to people who may need to hear it. That's meant a lot to me alone. So you've helped me, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's what we're here to do. Sorry. What were you saying, Chicky?
Yeah, I had this murderous rage, and it was murderous, really, really. No. And I think a lot was to do with my stepfather as well, because my stepfather stood by and let it happen. You know, and the two together. And it has gone. I've actually managed to get rid of it.
Actually, to confirm something you said there too, I had to get what was within me out. I had to talk about it. I had to confess it, right? And that, it does help. That's why counseling works, I think.
But the channel worked the best for me, I must admit, because I've really let rip. Yeah.
We just lost daytime Kenny. He was in a beautiful spot for sure.
So it's from London Park.
I only had a couple of minutes, but I do want to pop in and share my love and my support for you guys. I appreciate.
Thank you, Jack.
What you're sharing. Much love. Peace.
So you both, gosh.
Yeah, not sure if I'm fully fledged yet, Ryu. Getting there, brother. Welcome back, Grazy.
It's Grazy Guru.
Where did Jack go?
It's working hard.
Oh, Grazy. You know how you said you're addicted to what's his name's laugh?
Joe. Yeah.
I think I can do a good impression.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. Yeah. That's actually pretty close.
Yeah, not bad, brother.
Oh yeah, oh man, I wouldn't lie it out, bottle that shit up and sell it, man. It makes me, it brightens my day up. Hey, if it all works in it, you know, Joey doesn't mind. My wife doesn't either. She loves it as well. She tries to. She's like, she's 11. She's always trying to imitate his laugh. She gets it incorrect though. But my wife's always had this this Marmite type laugh. People either will mock her for it or they love it. Like Joey said, his laugh was in his experience, but. Yeah, sometimes my wife laughs and I'm like, what was that? It's just some weird noises you to make. But yeah, Joey's laugh is pretty cool. Are you just mocking it because obviously I like it, or did you like his laugh as well, Lemon? Has it got something there for you as well?
Oh yeah, I do. I find it hilarious.
It is, man.
It's music for the soul, isn't it?
There's only one bit of laugh, and that's what a baby, you know, in full chuckle that gets me going. I can't lie. I got to walk away from a baby laughing, man. They just make me go. They just I can't help it. Mind, I'm like a baby when I cry. I got to walk away. It makes me sad. Like, but yeah. All my children, when they've laughed as a baby and they get that really deep chuckle, oh, it's freaking intoxicating. Anyway, Joey Cool's laugh. Who brought that in? Lemon, is it? How long have you been working on that laugh, and Lemon?
Literally first try. I remember I watched a short yesterday and I was thinking, yeah, his laugh's pretty funny.
Yeah, that man could do stand-up if he knew some jokes. I'm not saying he doesn't know jokes, but that laugh on the stage would get people intoxicated. Who's the one with the ridiculous laugh here? Is it Alan Carr? Am I getting it? No, is it Alan Carr?
Jimmy Carr.
Jimmy Carr, that's it. Yeah, I can't do his freaking laugh. Did anybody do that laugh? Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's all on the in-breath, isn't it?
Yeah, he does that inward laugh.
I
can't do that laugh. And everybody mocks him. Well, he don't. It's part of his gimmick, and you know, he owns it.
Usually, Chickpea, I haven't asked you the question. What should I have titled this stream? Got any good answers?
Well, you know me. I am.
All meat eaters should die. Sorry, Chickpea. It was just my advice.
That's a good one. I just won't say that. Well, you know me. I think this channel is about finding Gnosis, and you can't find Gnosis until you find yourself amongst all the rubble. So you need to have a good old whine and moan.
That's actually. That's pretty profound. I like that.
Wise words. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you know, you have to get rid of all the junk that's been put in there by everybody.
Oh, I tell you what, it's really cool listening to Lemon Dirty. I find little tricks in people to find if someone's really found certain parts of themselves is I find them great imitators of other people. Like, you know, Lemon's imitating someone else's laugh. That's often because they're very in tune with who they are. You know, what they say, they're very, you know, they have no problems with themselves. Whereas if they did, they'd more mock the laugh or put it down, and they at least wouldn't imitate it in the way he has. It's very odd. So I find people who imitate people as a gimmick and a laugh and find the best in other people through any means, they're more secure in themselves. That it gives me a clue that not completely. Some of us are, you know, narcissistic assholes. Not me, of course. I'm amazing, but the rest of it, of course. Yeah, you know, we kind of do that, and it does give me an indication sometimes to where some. So that's like I know I could go out with boy Lemon quite easy. Well, he probably wouldn't go out with me because I'm a bit weirdo, but like I would with him because he can have a laugh. He's not. It's not mocking. It's mimicking. Do you know the difference?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you make me realize that one has to be sensitive to oneself to be able to be sensitive to somebody else.
Yes,
that sympathetic resonance almost, or.
And then that's what I mean by mimic. You need that those exact qualities you just said to mimic. Otherwise, it would be a mockery, wouldn't it? Anyway, I was with Chickpea. I think what you said was lovely, and it kind of relate back to that. But what would you name the show?
Come on and have a good old wine. I like people whining.
I like that. I think she'd do that double entendre, wouldn't it? She's over the glass.
I would never say to somebody, cheer up or think positive or anything else. If people want to moan, they can moan to their heart's content, and I'm more than happy to listen to them and resonate with them. I like a good old moaner. I do. And I'm not a miserable old bag. You know, I'm the one with 7 cats and 100 pot plants, so I can't be that miserable, can I?
I'm not going to say anything because I'll get in trouble.
That's not fair.
It is. I'm holding my tongue. I'll get in trouble. I'm not allowed to say the words I want to say right now, and they're not nasty, JP. You know, I love you, babe. But Dirty, don't let me answer questions like that. I get in trouble. You've got to answer when she asks stuff like that.
I'm not putting the reins on you, brother. You bring yourself in.
Oh, Dirty, I must tell you a funny story about an owl. You ever tell you about my owl story?
No, I don't think so.
God, I must-
Please do.
This was about 30 years ago now, and I was at a local shopping centre. There was some guys there from Owl Charity, and they had 3 owls with them, a great big Eurasian eagle owl and a barn owl and a tiny baby
Stunning.
owl. So after I finished cuddling the huge, this owl was gorgeous. She was 3 foot tall.
Yeah, they're massive, aren't they?
Aren't they beautiful? I mean, I was completely transfixed by this owl. But then I went over to the guy with the barn owl, and the 2 of them were having romantic little session together. And found myself saying to this man, "Will you marry me?" That's to him and his owl. It's true. I love owls.
Yeah, they're gorgeous,
I
birds,
think
aren't they?
owls. Oh my goodness.
Is this the Welsh dude
No
you're
one-
talking about?
What?
that chicken? Is this the Welsh dude you're talking about, or is this a different gentleman you wanted to marry?
Talk to me.
Yeah, you said about marrying. Yeah, I thought you was talking about the Welsh dude that you married because you mentioned him
No,
earlier.
no, no. I was talking about the guy in the shopping centre from the Owl Charity, and I said to him, a total stranger playing with an owl, "Will you marry me?" in front of a load of people. It just fell out of my
Right,
mouth.
you said it to him, not right. Okay,
Yes,
I'm with you
yes.
now.
And I was so completely overwhelmed by him and this owl. I've never in my whole life felt so overwhelmed by a guy with an owl. It was just the whole 2 combo of him and this owl, this barn owl that he was kissing and cuddling. Yeah. I know. I showed myself up in front of a whole crowd of people. I was sober. It was during the day. You ever met an owl? Crazy? No answer.
I've met
Crazy.
an owl.
Have you met one?
Yeah, I petted one before.
Aren't they gorgeous?
I petted an eagle owl. I think it was at Christmas Eve because I was doing my Christmas shopping. Because
Yeah.
I remember last Christmas I made me and my roommate a Christmas dinner, and on the way in there was this owl standing out the front, and I asked him if I could pet it, and he said, "Yeah, you have to pay." So I decided to pay a couple of £2
Yes.
and pet the owl. Yeah, it was cool.
Yes. I love owls. I feel so sad I've never had a pet owl. Because, oh my goodness, they are something else. And the Eurasian eagle owl is something you have to see to believe.
Yes, aren't they?
They've got a 6 foot wingspan, this owl did, and I was completely overwhelmed by an owl. Yeah.
Yeah, I was very lucky. My ex-partner works with birds of prey, and yeah, they've got a whole bunch of owls, a whole bunch of eagles, and all sorts. And yeah, my favorite is Midas, who's a huge sea eagle, absolutely humongous.
Oh my goodness, lucky lady. So did you meet
bigger than my torso.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, I got lots of fun backstage playing with birds.
Oh,
Absolutely stunning.
yeah. Because I don't care anyone says the animal kingdom is 100 times more beautiful than us humans. Look, anyone has to say.
Just to take you back to what you were saying, I think animals don't get stuck in childhood.
No,
we do.
They're better parenting, that's why. You should see the parenting of cats, how a mother cat treats her babies. Have you ever seen it?
Mm.
You have to
I watched a wonderful video of a cat nurturing a kitten that wasn't hers, and the kitten had been abandoned. It was just absolutely terrified and lashing out. And this mother, well, not mother cat, but female cat, just very slowly backs towards this kitten, and this kitten's kicking off and screaming and scratching, and it's just really slowly walks backwards towards it and lies down next to it, and eventually it just shuts up and has a cuddle.
Gorgeous.
Stunning.
Yeah.
I do love animals.
Yeah. Like anyone says, they are. You know, I don't know what's happened to us humans. I don't. Really don't. You know what else I love as well? Squirrels with their babies. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah.
You got an answer for my question, Yuzu? What should I have titled this stream?
I don't know, to be honest.
That is a pretty good title, because I didn't know either.
Just title, we're talking about absolute shit.
Well, no, we're not.
No, I don't mean it like literally in a bad way. I mean it just talking randomly. Like
Yeah,
random stuff. I don't know.
Random ramblings.
Yeah.
Okay, so back sorry about that.
Oh, crazy. I must ask you something. I heard you saying yesterday to me and Emily, yeah, about autoimmune disease.
Yeah, autoimmune disease. I wanted to know more about it.
Yeah, well, I know all about it, but I'll tell you the weirdest thing about autoimmune disease is when you go back right to the beginning of it all, it's all caused by serotonin. It's a really weird thing. And I only just
lack of or too much of?
Lack of serotonin. It's really, and it goes right even, well, RA does, and Sjogren's does, and lupus does. I should think, because they have all these different names for it all, but basically, and I've got RA and I've got Sjogren's, two together. You still see the same doctor. If you've got lupus or whatever, Emily will be seeing a rheumatologist because that's where they send you. It all goes back to serotonin somehow. All of it. Weird. Yeah. But it's very, very nasty and it takes your whole life over. But I'll tell you this much, Gracie, and mine started when I was 40. When I look back on it all, on these 30 years of RA, it's a blessing in disguise.
Can you elaborate more on that?
What?
Can you elaborate on that a bit more? What do you mean by blessing?
I used to work as a legal secretary in the City of London, and I did this, I did that, everything I was supposed to do. Of course, that all came to an end instantly. And so I spent the last 30 years just living with my cats and reading books and finding out about life, which I could never have done if I'd been working in the city 8 hours a day.
So you're saying it gave you a different interpretation on life,
Yes, it's like it changed. Yes, it gave me a different take on life. But I also think it's my unconscious mind doing it, because I tell you something, the less I interact with the world in general, the less we're profited, and the more I act with the world, the more my immune system plays up.
Oh, I was listening to her, and I got a question to link that, but it's not against you. I'm not questioning you, but I want to know what the panel think of like the unconscious mind and the conscious mind. What are those things to other people if you're interested? Because like Chickpea just mentioned the unconscious mind there, and I think I know what she meant in relevance to her story.
Yeah, but it's the unconscious mind. It's not a conscious thing we having RA. It's unconscious. I do know my unconscious mind is doing it somehow.
What I mean is, what's the difference between conscious and unconscious mind? What do you mean? What's the difference between them?
Well, your unconscious mind, you don't know, do you? You don't know your unconscious mind. It's the mind you have in your first few years of life that we don't
How
remember.
are we talking about it if you don't know? What do you mean by you don't know? I'm just curious, because someone says, I don't know, then we shouldn't be talking about this. So
well, I don't know my unconscious mind because I don't remember anything within it. The unconscious mind is the mind that works, that it's doing things you're not aware of it doing.
Yeah, what I call auto-consciousness, yeah?
Yes, I suppose you could call it that. But I tell you something with my RA, and I have learned this in the past couple of years, oddly enough. I think it's my own unconscious mind doing it. It doesn't want to go out there anymore. And so it just sets my immune system up to attack my own meat bag. If that makes sense, yes?
I think so. I think you're seeing the effects of what you're experiencing, everything you're going through at the moment. That's what seems to be happening to you between the two authorities within you. Yeah, okay.
I think it's my unconscious mind doing it.
Yeah.
It's not deliberately RA, but I sometimes think it's like I'm doing this to myself unconsciously, because we're all brainwashed to behave in a certain way. From the minute we're bloody well born, we're sent to school, sent either to the factory or to the office, depending on whether you pass your O levels or not, or whatever it is they have now. I know that's what happened to me. I had no say in any of my conditioning, none, because if I had, I would have probably become a botanist. But no, they decided I should be something else. I had no say in any of it, looking back.
I was following your story, because it's one you've told us before, and I actually do love your stories, Melody. But can you just understand, if I said consciousness as iron comes in two forms, one is a focused consciousness, which I often refer to as the thinking consciousness, and one is a unfocused consciousness I refer to as the auto consciousness. I think that's what you mean by conscious and subconscious. Yeah, is that
Yes. I'm using different words to you. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just linking them so I know when you're saying them, I know what you mean to me. Yeah, okay, that's cool. But can you understand why I call them focused and unfocused? In my eye, one is very sharp and they're looking in the moment, syncing everything for you, and because we're in that mode. We think we're that mode, and that's the ego mode. Dirty, do you know what I'm talking about?
I think to give you a distinction, mate, I think what's happening is that the focused consciousness, the focused mind that you're talking about, is such a vivid image that
mind. You just use the word mind.
Yeah,
I don't use consciousness and mind in the same way. See.
Sorry, you said focused consciousness.
Yeah.
Right, sorry.
So for me, my mind is both consciousness together as one.
Right.
So when I separate them both, they're consciousnesses. But
right.
Consciousness is the field within it in the singularity. But the authorities that the perceptions have in them, those superior ones, like the yin and yang, they're not really there unless they work together to form a unity, which is the authority. That's what I see them as. But before they formed, there was something there. It was called Christ. It was just a curiosity to push me into finding myself, as Chickpea says. And then those consciousnesses came on board, and they're just the same consciousness, but working in two different ways. One is working as the focus lens, and one is working as the sort of blurred lens. The blurred lens is running everything automatically for us, the stuff we trust, and the other one is building things we trust. Does that make sense?
Yeah, understood. You remind me of the analogy Alan Watts says about having a spotlight and a candle.
I love Alan Watts.
The spotlight is very bright and intense and can be used to see something very particular.
Yeah,
the candle has a warm glow that allows you to see in all directions. But my comment was going to be that I think the spotlight version is such a vivid picture that present awareness begins to forget the general glow that's there because it's so enthralled by this vivid image it's looking at.
If I wanted to add to that, if you allowed me to, it isn't to correct you or anything, it's to align with you, but it's to talk about that word forget. I don't think awareness can forget, but the illusion of it forgetting happens when you place a dogmatic or a demagogic authority or superiority in that place. And if that's what Chickpea was talking about, school does, heck yeah, it does that. And if it lines back up with Chickpea, it's constantly, you must do this because of this, but they never really spend time on the really important things really shown. The illusion of corporate practice is put in place, which benefits them, which makes it look like we're learning, but really the only thing we're really learning is to go into a corporate world. And it's a lottery. Which one of them can break free and become our Elon Musk? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Well, most of us don't break free, but the whole planet's like that, because in India they do other things, and in the Middle East they do something else, but the whole world, the entire human race is at it.
I just want to ask, did anybody see, because it lines to this, but what I just said, there was a movie once upon a time, what was it, Ewan McGregor was in there, something, it was like The Island or something it was called, and they had to win a lottery to get off his island, but they were
I know what you're talking about, and
they were really getting their parts, and eventually they worked out and escaped or something like that. That was a
and they died. They were killed off or something, weren't they?
I'm not ruining movies. Chickpea. I tell you what.
What?
No, I'm not ruining end of the movie, if that's what you're asking. But the idea is they got this island where they have clones of billionaires, but the clones all think they're the real person, and they're waiting to. They're just doing their thing. They're waiting to win a lottery and get off this island. Obviously, if you win the lottery, it means that the person who owns you needs your heart or something. So
yes, exactly. Yes, that's it. Yes, yeah, I remember that film. Yes, it is. Life is like that. I don't know.
It's school. That's school. For me, it was just imitating school.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody gets it, but they were imitating what school was.
I tell you, I remember when I was back at school, I went to grammar school. I'm not remotely academic, so I don't know what I was doing in grammar school, but I was sent to it. Instead of being sent to whatever that would have suited me, they messed me up completely. Yeah. They did.
Yeah, it's good at doing that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think to be honest, I think like more me specifically, I don't know if you think the same, but I think we probably would have been both better being homeschooled, to be honest.
I'd have been better off going to learning carpentry and gardening or something, because I don't have an academic thought in my head or a must learn to cook, must do housework thought. but I was always good with plants and woodwork. But of course, I'm a girl, so they couldn't teach you that anyway. Not allowed.
Yeah, me too, Chickpea. I mean, I feel the other way, where I did very well at school, but I've always enjoyed doing things practically, and school never really gave me a chance for that.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Never learned a thing of any worth at all. Nothing. I look back. And you know what else I found dirty left? I started to talk about feminine things and sex and stuff. But like being a girl, they don't teach you one single tiny thing about being a girl. I don't know what they do to boys. As a girl, they teach you nothing. Absolutely nothing about the horrors you face when you're 12, 13 years old.
Oh, being female, I'm following now. Go on, I'm following now. I understand women.
Yeah, they don't teach you anything. Nothing.
Well, like you say, it's
nothing.
Look, sorry to talk over you, but like you say, it's preparation for the factory or the office. So
Yes.
I think that I think that's deemed a waste of time.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't disagree with the things some of you said when you said you learned nothing in school, because I often use that as a gimmick I play with my mum, and I said my mum told me she learned nothing at school, my nan told me she learned nothing at school, I didn't learn nothing at school, so why would I send my kid to school? So that's why we homeschool them. But I did learn something at school. I think we all did, because we're all telling it here. We learned what it was.
You know what it was? School was.
School?
I didn't learn anything at school, nothing. Not even, I learned how to read Shakespeare. Oh, dear, that was a lot of use to me.
Did you learn it was a complete waste of time and it was probably just prepping you to be a factory worker?
Yes. Well, no, I was not a worker. I was one of the celebrated office workers.
I mean,
yes,
I think the education system was created by Rockefeller anyway, and there hasn't changed it since. Rockefeller literally said he wants a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. Some of the smartest, I mean, there's a thinker that I read the other day called Herbert Spencer, who came up with the survival of the fittest theory that gave way to Charles Darwin. And he barely had any academic success at all. He barely read, and yet became one of the most influential figures in 20th century philosophy. So you don't necessarily need to go to school. I've learned that as well. I've learned more I've literally, in reading biology, astronomy and philosophy in the last 2 years, I've learned more than I ever did at school. School was shit. I spent my whole life just at school being bullied, dealing with dickheads at school, teachers who taught me nothing, all for nothing, basically. I didn't even go to uni. I didn't even pass most of my tests, to be honest. it was just a waste of time. I wish I'd never gone. I wish I was homeschooled, honestly.
Yeah, but homeschooling for some families is not just as fun, because if you haven't got a mum and dad that can do it, then honestly you're probably better off at school. But if you have got a mother and father that understand how to do it, then you're in good hands. And I get you. You probably would be better off than that. But there's some cases, I'm telling you, you're probably better off at school, because at one point your parents were going to kick you out because they couldn't do a good job, and you wished that you'd learned at least how to fit into the corporate world, so you had a chance. So I'm with you on that, but I just think that there are some parents, and I'm sure you don't agree, that you'd rather your child go to school.
Yeah, crazy. That is the sad, grim, brutal truth of it all. And it is. It's one big heap up from start to finish, in my opinion. All of it. I don't have a good word to say about any of it, which is why I'm depressed.
I think what schools tend to over-apply is structure. One of the things that I noticed when I was learning is you would get all this new information, but then it would feel like you're almost immediately tested on it or required to put it to use, so that way you can get the next lesson in. Whereas if I had time to either intuitively grasp it in my own mind or do something on my own that made me work with that thing, like through code for math, for example, then I would almost always ace my test, showing that I had comprehension. And I think that the system was too rigid to even acknowledge that that was the difference in me. It tests us, but it does not test itself and evaluate the feedback it gets from the students.
Mel, I have a video on this I've been working on. I'll make it quick if you don't mind me interjecting.
Oh, please. And don't be quick.
It's this. It has to be quick because I haven't theorized it too much, but it links, and because you said it, I'm going to be brave enough to call it out and say, I think there's a plan here. Because, when I talk about the autoconscious or your subconscious, it responds in triggers to whether something is impulsive or intentiveness in your actions. So if, like you said, if they give you something quick, test you on it quick, they're trying to program it into your intentive auto system. Sorry, your impulsive auto system, so that it goes into an impulsive state, not an intentive state. So they can't see the programming. So they put in the programming without anybody seeing it, and then putting the attention into other things. And then it's like a hidden code that's put into your deep, what you would call a subconscious. I believe in the subconscious, but it's an egoic consciousness made, and it's not really real, but it's something that's programmed in with impulsive, hidden lessons. And what you just said there is something I'm trying to map to show that, yeah, they do that. I'm mapping the same thing. They constantly give you small little waves and tested it on small little waves, testing on it, and 2 years later they give you a big exam on it, and you're like, fuck, and you have to go back and somehow cram it all in. And it's like, why didn't you do it like Melanie was saying there? That would have been, if every child can work out, that would have been a great way. Why are all the adults in the education system doing this something different? And so someone said something about Rockefeller, and I'll leave it there, guys. But what do you think?
I think there's some ways in which that's useful, right? With multiplication tables, you don't want to have to actually think that through. You want that to be something that comes to you automatically, because at some point when you're learning more stuff, that's really going to slow you down. But then I think at some point we saw like humans can do multiplication tables, recall them almost automatically. That must be how all intelligence works, and that's how we're going to set up all curriculum. So that way you don't parallelize any of it, and you don't let anybody do things at their own pace. You do try to cram it in, not necessarily because that controls how people think about things, but because we tried to measure intelligence in terms of how well can you memorize it and how quickly can you tell it back.
I get you. I get exactly what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying it actually supports what I'm saying. Is part of the work is showing that because it's different, right? Because you guys have to take on, I got good faith that my system is correct to start with, because you all work on a sub and conscious mind. I work on an auto and sync consciousness. In the auto consciousness, the things we program in from a practice, it doesn't come in from whether something is impulsive or intentive. It's the practice that puts it in there. But if it's an impulsive practice, then it often will come online. Now, things like defending yourself, karate, things like that, you should put in there. Physical things that you need to be
spot on.
You need to come in. But math, I wouldn't want to put that in my impulsive. I want that intentive. It'll take time to learn, but then you did the work. And then when it goes into my auto, it still acts. It's not intentive. It's intentive as it's practiced in, but the practice just puts it in the same, and it's just as fast for me. If you go and look at the things that I've created, it's because I studied and created them with intentive, and I put them into my system, practiced them over and over and over, and did the work. But there are things you want to program into your auto system that is intentively done. So that means it's not impulsively triggered, because this thing could be, I don't want someone to impulsively trigger my times table skills, because I'll try to do it quickly and I can get caught out. If I practice it intentively, even when it's subconsciously put in and through the practice, it still happens like that. But because the practice was intentive, and so too all the neurons are linked up. It doesn't matter how many neurons you link up, it still automatically happens like that in the auto system, because you've grown a trust in it, and you trust that other self.
We can hear the work you're doing, by the way, and I was going to wait till you're finished, but it seems like you were going to say quite a bit. So I was just letting you know the ambiance is quite loud, at least for my end.
Yeah, and just can I ask, are you Welsh? Like the person that is talking?
I figured you didn't mean me.
Yeah.
Me, Gracie? I am not Welsh, no, but Wales is where I am residing at the moment, so that's what you're asking.
All right.
Yeah, Gracie, I think part of what you're saying is already kind of done. Like there's kind of like a mix between the rapid type stuff, and then as you get into more advanced stuff, it might get into more intensive type teaching. I think the rigidity occurs along the lines, like if you over memorize your multiplication tables and you think that's the only way you can solve a problem, but you don't understand the fundamentals of Common Core and how there's more than one way to solve a single problem, then you're never going to use that. And then down the road, there are other efficiencies like being able to think in powers of 10 that will be harder for you.
Oh yeah, for me, like to over memorize is again, it's impulsively training because you're memorizing something. I just want to know how it works.
Okay. I don't think I can explain that in depth right now.
Well, all I mean is if I'm going to put something in me to work, automatically without in trust and faith, it can't be doing things in memory because someone tried to get me to memorize something that I didn't understand. So I don't want to put anything in there like that. So I want to be able to understand him. So I'll only do Gnosis. Any memory, anything, I won't practice it. I think that's a cruel thing to do it to any conscious minds, to practice something and put in your memory through repetition. Awful practice. You should stop doing that straight away.
Can you just explain trust and faith? What do you mean by trust and faith?
Can I try to take a stab at it? Because I think I know what you mean. It's having confidence in that information without having a basis for that confidence, right?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah. So like when you're driving the car to work and you're thinking about something else, but your autoconscious still drives you to work because it knows how to do it. You've practiced it so many times. That's why when they put like markers on the road, they'll put up a couple of months ahead because people who auto drive to work, their auto consciousness can't focus on that, so they'll miss it sometimes. So they put it there to get into their auto system. So it's exactly the same thing. So if it was impulsive, they just put it up and they'd end up with loads of accidents. So they put it up like a couple of weeks or months before anybody does work in it. So people's auto consciousness can align with it so they don't get accidents.
And in a less technical sense, think of it as like
if you get used to drive conscience that you did on repetition.
Sorry, some weird delay there or something.
I think there's a delay that she often says she has a delay, so I understand that, so I'm just waiting for Melanie because I don't have a delay.
Yeah, I think in a less technical sense, it seems like what you're trying to say is essentially when you get used to driving your car, your brain drives as if all the assumptions you're making about driving are true. That's kind of like the faith. And
yeah, that's interesting about that.
If you're thinking about something else, you're not looking for new variables, so you're not able to intervene or in those automatic processes when you need to, and that's when accidents tend to happen, even for people who are good drivers.
That's correct, yeah. And because that split happens, it means it's a known thing, and I've gone through it myself, that happens. So those two conscious states to me are superior states. One is focused, what I call the sinking state, is constantly looking for things. There is a middle ground, yes, I get that, Gnosis, where we often call Eden, where we build imagination, we build things, we learn things, theatre things, but often in real life, people go to those two superiorities, and the instinctual level that's doing it automatically for us, or the intellectual level that's mapping everything for us and thinking. So you got to think.
Gracie, are you aware that the academic literature does talk about these things? It doesn't really use those exact.
They talk about analytical future, analyst in the prefrontal cortex and reactive past and things like that. Yeah, I've looked at all the Harvard studies like that, and I've linked it to the Gnosticism.
Okay.
That's what we talked about. Yeah. Carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I got excited because.
Yeah. No. I was just wondering if you were talking about this like as if you thought like as if these are like your own ideas, or if you have read about this. So.
Oh no, I haven't studied these things. These were this is how I have metacognitive IQ, didn't I? So I map everything internally. I had to go inwards before I came outwards. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to speak with you.
And believe me, I did the same thing in group homes because that environment was super stressful. It would cause me to act out, but I wanted to behave. So I was always beating myself up internally and trying to examine why can't I behave. And I stumbled on a lot of the same conclusions you did.
Yeah, I think I get what you're talking about. I often tell people I think, I guess I won't say that, I wrote a story on it about Lucy is like 4 children. I'm not going to tell it all, but obviously Freya are things you can see, so everybody makes room for them. But Lucy, she looked like everybody else, acted like no one could see her scars. Hers were inside, so her disabilities were inside. She just didn't get on with everybody else. And so they form a separate world. It's a world of lonesomeness, but because you don't really understand another thing, there's nothing really to compare it to if you've been there a long time. Like you said, you've such a young age in the home. there's not, it's not as big detrimental as like my wife, who was like a popular girl most of her youngster life, really. She was a little thing, but then she went into comprehensive school and then got bullied, so she felt that trauma like it was like a punch in the
I think,
but because I'd always gone, I'm talking about myself because I don't want to name it. I'm sure we've all got our horror stories. No, that's okay. I was yammering on anyway. I was hoping someone would interrupt and take the topic back.
Are you maybe talking about... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I can interrupt. That made no sense to me.
Were you possibly saying, like, what I kind of gleaned from that, and I am trying to read into it because I didn't fully grasp everything you said too, but was kind of like, it's hard to have a normal life when you're over-examining yourself internally and, constantly asking yourself, like, why do I do what I do? Whereas most people are just living their lives and, playing sports or whatever. It can, what I heard was kind of like, you start to even question why other people do what they do, and you realize that a lot of people are just acting on like their subconscious, on their reflexes and instincts, while trying to convince themselves that they're not on autopilot. Sorry if I
want to be honest. No, you're really there. I'll just to keep going further, because I don't need everything. Yes, but yeah, because on autopilot is really the impulsive, but even thinking things, like you did mention before, they overthink it. So either one of them conscious states is when I notice when people give authority to one of them, they say, you're correct. And then people act out on it all the time in their words and everything. Even me now, I'm acting on it just to communicate with you guys. And yet I normally would just say, hey, screw that. Their superiorities. Like Alan, what's the great servants but bad masters? I go on curiosity, and then my curiosity is just asks these two guys, what is, what do they see, what do they think, and then I'll program that into me. Now, in the moment, you see something comes at me, and I have to react to it.
No, can I really interrupt? You are making no sense.
Okay, then.
Like what you are speaking makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep bringing it back to something we can all talk about, but Crazy, if I'm being honest, a lot of this stuff are things that people are going to find hard to follow unless they can see the world exactly through your shoes. And so you kind of have to find a way to like break this stuff down into things that at least like your average cosmic thinker can understand.
I got a question. Why have I got to do all the work?
Well, because you're speaking to an audience.
And?
Well, you want them to be able to understand what you're saying.
No, they should want to be able to understand what I'm saying as well. It shouldn't be one way.
But if you're making it harder for them than it already is through this medium.
Am I the one making it harder though? If I've literally built my own, wait a minute, if I've literally built my own logic from scratch up, language from scratch up, and I had to work 12 years to be here.
Yeah.
Why can't you guys just go, help me out, break it down?
No.
Maybe it's time to realize that this isn't the best medium to convey such complex things to laypersons.
I did.
I'll admit, I'm even a layperson relative to your internal lore. I don't know where you're coming from on this.
But
why are you saying the things you're saying then?
Basically, you are talking nonsense.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? Like with communication is a two-way dynamic. It can't just be a one-way projection. And so you have
it's a three-way dynamic. That's the problem.
Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, definitely. Communication needs to have truth in it. It needs to have two people communicate with each other and a barrier in between called truth, and a field where you meet. That's what two communication normally is. People who think it's a two-way communication, that's why you're the ignorant one. That's why you keep going around in circles.
By two-way, what I mean is that you can't just be satisfied with your own ability to communicate, because of course you're going to agree and understand what you're saying already.
Yeah, basically.
I didn't follow that. Can you repeat it?
You
ever heard the term "it takes two to tango"?
Yeah, it's awful saying.
Okay, but you want people to actually pay attention to what you're saying and put the energy into focusing, right?
Wait a minute, you don't want to either? I want to, but I also want others to want it. Yeah, I want us all to want it.
But it's easy. When you make it easier for people to do that, you make them want to do it more.
Yes, I'm saying you're not doing that for me. So why don't you play by the same rules?
I think I did. I think I showed multiple times.
But
Even when I
surely
didn't
should be the
comprehend
judge of
everything
that.
you said, I was still.
Listen, then you see what you're doing. You're saying you get to judge that. Why do you get to judge that?
Because I'm the audience to what you're saying.
No, I'm saying, Dirty, do you understand what I'm saying here? You're saying it's a two to tango thing, but now all of a sudden you're the audience. You keep changing the goalposts.
When you're talking to me, I'm the audience. When I'm talking to you,
but
you're the audience.
Things. I'd stick on topic. It's either two to tango, and we're not talking about that, or now it's me and the audience. Which is it?
I think maybe you struggle with communication.
No, yeah, that's 100%. But I think everybody understands that.
Okay.
You only get that now?
Part of why you struggle with it is that you don't understand the role of the audience in communication?
No, I think the reason I struggle with it is people like you won't help me better.
Well, I want you.
I'm struggling.
Yeah,
no, I think you struggle with communication, and I'm trying to help you, but you don't want the help.
Okay, I want you to be at a point where people are receptive to what you have to say. But there is a point.
Yes,
like
but you know, people like yourself.
If I start talking about everything I know about
never help me. You always
right
make
now,
things worse. Listen, let me tell you about my life. People like you always make it worse for me. You've never helped me. You've always made it worse. I don't need people like you's help because you need to help yourself. I tried giving you
constructive criticism. I tried telling you that if you just break it down into pieces
when did I ask you for constructive criticism? When did I ask it?
You didn't, but I'm not just trying to tear you down.
Give someone else constructive criticism, not me.
I don't think I'm ruining your life, though. I think I'm giving you a way that you can actually move forward.
Can I ask you to stop then?
Yes, but I'm also just going. Sure, but I would like to.
Listen, Melanie, stop.
I would like to point out one thing.
No, I don't want you to stop.
See, you're putting the onus on me to not respond.
You to stop. I don't want you to respond.
Where is your ability to not respond right now? Why isn't that present?
I'm asking you to stop.
Why? You can also opt to stop right now, though, right?
I am. Please
okay,
stop.
so I'm gonna have my last word, and if you want to stop this conversation, then it's entirely within your right to do so. I think that by giving you constructive criticism,
I don't want to hear your last word. I just wanted to stop now. I don't understand what you're saying.
You think maybe you're being overly defensive.
Your own ego. My ego won't be able. I won't be able to hear you. So why do you need to say it?
But do you think maybe you're being overly defensive?
Listen,
because
I won't be able to hear
it fundamentally won't hurt you to hear what I have to say.
Yes, but I'm not going to hear that. That means you're only saying it for your own glory. Why do you need to do that? Can you just?
Because I don't think it's true that you're not going to listen. I think you're just saying that to have.
Yeah, but you don't get to think for me. Do you see me? This is narcissistic manipulation. I don't want you to do that. Please don't think for me. I won't listen to you. I'll just walk away.
So wouldn't it be good news if you accuse somebody of doing a bad thing?
Just can you please take the show back, brother? Please,
so shouldn't it be good news if you accuse someone of doing a bad thing?
Please, can you take the show back? You know I've got a disability.
No, it should not be good news. What was I even
going to say? Okay. Yeah, both of you, just for a minute. Can I interject?
Oh, sorry.
Crazy.
Sorry, Dirty. It's all sorted, yeah? All cool? Hello?
Sorry, Alyssa? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just checking in because it was getting overheated and I'd rather remove him from it rather than, if it's not
understood. Look, if Melanie wants to make a comment, she's on a public panel and she's welcome to do so.
It's constantly happening and he's asking her to stop and she's not really being polite right now.
Either stop or I go. Which is it?
He needs to leave then if you think that's acceptable behaviour, Dirty.
Well, all I'm saying is this, that Gracie, if you don't want to hear it, you don't have to. You're welcome to step away. Melanie, you're welcome to make a comment. It is an open panel. I won't allow abuse, but I don't think what was going on is abuse to my mind. So, yeah, I'm sort of stuck in a bit of a tightrope here.
Yeah, I just feel like I was accused of trying to ruin his life or stop the conversation. I was giving positive feedback and constructive not positive feedback, but constructive criticism in my feedback, so it wasn't totally negative. And so I just thought it would be good news to point out, no, I wasn't actually doing the bad thing you thought I was. So going back to the school thing, I actually still have some thoughts on that. Does anyone care?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think what we severely lack is the ability, like, let's say school's failing you, but you still want to learn stuff like I did in school. A free school where you can actually get hands-on learning on these subjects. Like somewhere you can go on your own time to learn about these things. A library is almost like that, but it doesn't have like a way to work with these new things you're learning. And that's what I think of free school would be. What do people think about that?
It depends what you mean by free. Do you mean free in terms of price or free in terms of freedom to educate in the direction you want to be educated?
Well, both, because it would be open-ended curriculum and it would be free to access.
I certainly think it couldn't be worse than what we have now.
And this is supplementary, right? Like, this isn't to replace the current school system. This is so people have more options. I guess if no one's going to add anything, I am trying to start my own free school to teach people advanced ecosystem design. I've spent 15 years studying it myself. I have some proof of concepts that I can make high performance and closed ecosystems, and I want to pass those skills on to people for free with a community that helps each other build those skills. So if anyone's
sounds like
interested,
a good project, brother. Nice.
Yeah, and you know, it's if you want to be able to earn merit badges, kind of like Scouts badges, but something where you can say like, oh, I have actually learned these things. That you can do that, and you earn the badges by actually showing that you did the project and according to the specifications. And so you don't, you know, it's not just like free kudos that you can get by clicking like for a role on Discord. You actually have to earn it.
Sorry, can just I've got to go out for 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Kick me if you need to. Yeah.
See you in a minute, while
Cougar Tumor, he's not wrong about this becoming a trauma ward.
It does feel like that a lot of the time, yeah. But it goes back to what Chickpea was saying at the beginning of it could be useful to have somewhere to vent.
And I think it's entirely human to be like, when stressful situations that we don't have clear rules for, like socializing on panel spaces, arise, then we have to talk out what we do and how we do it. It's always going to feel like there's a lot of friction because humans don't have easy solutions for, you know, who's the order of speaking on a panel, on an open panel, no less.
Yeah, I don't know how DNW does it, to be honest. I hate having the trigger on all of the mute buttons. It's rather horrible.
Well, I think everybody just does their best, and some people act like they got it figured out more than others.
So you say you've been working on your project for quite some time. How close do you feel to fruition?
In terms of making a system that has a higher carrying capacity than the size of the system alone dictates, I'm 95% of the way there. I need to actually do it. So it's sealed. The shrimp tank I have has some issues such that I can't seal it, but not ones that I can't easily deal with. There are a whole bunch of like extensions to it because it actually becomes a core for a green infrastructure framework. And the important thing about that is that I believe that everything that we're doing now with machinery, infrastructurally, not like commodity wise, but just like supporting life, that can be done through ecosystems if we just learn to design them better. And for that project, I mean, it's a lot of pioneering. So the fact that I'm even saying like 5% of the way there feels like a huge accomplishment for me. But,
sure.
You know, I'm at risk of tooting my own horn, so I don't blame anyone for taking that with a grain of salt. But I would feel confident and not like I'm lying at all, because trust me, I hate lying to people. And to say like, with my program, all the information will be there for free to put you on the cutting edge of the science of ecosystem design.
Yeah, sounds a great project. I think Kukatuma and you could have a good conversation, to be honest.
We have had conversations, yeah, and Doomer's just doing like his own thing, I think. I don't know how much time he'd want to invest in somebody else's project at the moment. He's building secret tunnels under his house and stuff. Just kidding. Something like that.
I think I'd dig a tunnel if I owned my own house.
Here in Canada, we just call those basements. Yeah,
Dark matter. Do join us if you've got a topic, brother.
Yeah. Actually, why do Americans wear their shoes indoors? That's so weird.
Yeah, wearing shoes too often is a bad habit of mine, actually. They knacker my feet too.
Do they also feel as uncomfortable wearing no shoes indoors as we feel wearing our shoes indoors? That's what we need an American up here, I guess. I don't think anyone up here is American. Shit. My fascinations with Americans is take gotten the best of me again.
Just while there's a break, do join the show if you've got something to contribute. Feel free.
Oh, yeah.
The link is in the chat.
Hint, hint, dark meta, Mr. Oh, I have all these topics you should talk about. Pick one.
As DNW says, it's easy to preach from the chat box. Do join the panel. Hey, Ricardo. Feel free to join, brother.
You know,
still with us? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to tell D&W, you can just like pin that link and then you don't have to keep posting it, right?
Yeah, I don't know how to. Because I'm like a sub-admin on DNW's account, so I don't know if I have the ability to pin.
Your D&W sub? That's so cute.
Yeah, I'm his baby owl.
Oh, yeah, I see that now. I didn't even notice you both have owl things until you said that. Although he looks like he's the baby owl. I think that's species specific, though. Those are just smaller owls.
Yeah, I did go for the great gray.
Yeah, that's probably the one that if I had a nightmare of an owl swooping to attack me, that'd be the scariest one, or the great horned. But they have such a it feels like an old person's face, but like a scary old person. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, it's menacing, isn't it?
Yeah. That you took the words out of my mouth. We could talk about owls, but I actually don't know that much about them.
I know that their eyes are conical and they can't articulate their eyes like we can, so they have to move their head to be able to look at something, which is why they do that weird, funny sort of round in a circle head movement.
Oh, maybe that's why they also tilt their heads. I never thought about that.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
No, how would that? But if you had spherical eyes, tilting your head would still do the same thing. That's weird. Never thought about that.
Melanie, title of the show is What Should I Have Titled This Stream? Have you got an answer?
Yeah, that's the topic is what is the topic? So I don't know.
I will keep nudging you. Do join the show. We need more voices, fresh thoughts. I know there's stuff inside you that you won't want to let out. I'm going to dare you to be brave.
I mean, I'm actually surprisingly reactive. I sometimes bring topics to the table, but normally I just go off what other people are talking about. Reactive in the sense that I'm not proactive.
Sure. Yeah, I'm often that way. What's the shape of your world, Cosmic Fox?
Oh, you mean, am I a flat earther?
You can talk about the external realm or the internal realm or however you see fit.
I mean, I think at some point we're going to figure out that fractals are the geometric foundation, not the end-all be-all geometry, but the geometric foundation of the universe. And we're still not ready for that.
Very interesting. Hey, Kuka, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I'm inside. It was outside. I got hot, so I'm making a staircase. So I came inside and doing some writing and listening to you guys.
Sounds like a fun time. We are so entertaining.
Well, I was. I'm not the only one. There was Dark Meta was saying the same thing. You know, just listening to Crazy Guru and all that aggression. You know, I don't know how you people tolerate it. It just winds me up so fucking hard. The way he attacks people and turns their words back on them and gets all fucking defensive. And you know, humanity has a big problem. Humanity has a problem. And I know I shouldn't paint with a broad brush, but this happens all the time on panels like this. It happens all the time on the internet. And I am so discouraged. I've been watching you chimps for 67 years, and I am so disappointed at this point. I even did a video on this a couple days ago. Now, I was fucking mad when I did it. You people, and I'm going to include everyone. I'm going to, you know, because this is how I feel, okay? And you know, prove me wrong. You people are too stupid to survive. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it, and it worries the hell out of me. It really, really worries me that you're too stupid to survive, and you're not going to.
May I ask what we are to survive, Kuka?
Each other, for one, global climate change for another, corporate takeover, the rise of authoritarianism, the rise of fascism everywhere, the disruption of supply chains of almost every kind, including happening in the Straits of Hormuz. I hope you didn't forget about that one. There's shit coming for all of us collectively that is going to take our entire, all of our effort. You mentioned the Manhattan Project earlier, maybe yesterday. We're going to need something like a Manhattan Project on a global scale involving every single human being, and nobody gets to fuck around. Every single person must be on board, and because it's going to be so easy for a small clique of 3% of the population to completely derail the whole goddamn project. We need everybody on board. Everybody needs to understand the risks. Everybody needs to agree. Everybody who has the intelligence and the mental throw to contribute needs to come forward. And everybody who's a moron needs to sit in the back and shut the fuck up and get a shovel when someone is handed to you. And with enough of that kind of stuff, maybe we can save ourselves from everything that's coming your way. And the fact that you don't even know what's coming your way is part of the problem. And you're nuts. You're not smart enough to do this. You can't do this.
Cougar, I just want to thank you for having such an honest name or handle on here. Because when you chose Cougar Doomer, it was 100% self-aware.
Yes. I didn't start out as either a cougar or a doomer. I was made this way.
You know, I did start out as a doomer. That's why I got hard into studying the enclosed ecosystems, because I do believe that if there's any way out of this, it's going back to nature, but without losing what we've learned up to this point.
Yeah, I'm writing a novel on that. It's not easy. Not easy to imagine how that might work.
Well, it gets into like the ethics of like how many people are going to die so more people don't have to die from unsustainability, which is a scary question.
I have a number for you. Do you have a number?
Oh no.
Would you like to hazard a number? Give me a percentage.
I'm a little worried, I'm not gonna lie.
That's a start. I can give you a number. And I can base it in biology. Would you like to hear the biology first?
And I believe you. Again, I don't know if I want to know the number. Anyone else can take this.
Okay, fair enough, and I respect that. I really do. I respect that. Um, I sometimes come down hard because there's a part of me that thinks people just need to understand what they're up against, and then there's another part of me that's like, but everyone's trying to cope. Everyone's trying to get through just one more day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, do I want to interfere with that? I mean, there's a part of me that does, because there's a part of me that remembers what it's like to be soft. There's a part of me that remembers what it was like to have faith in people. And now I don't. And those two parts of me are at war. And sometimes I want to just tell you because you need to know. And other times I'm like, just let them go. Just let them go. Let them go. They want to go. Let them go.
But will
so
that
right now I'm going to let you go.
Okay. Will that information empower people or make them feel powerless?
I don't think that's the right framing. I think that if you're standing on the railroad tracks and you hear a horn, you don't need to be empowered. Okay? That's going to get you murdered. What you need to do is get off the tracks. And
right.
there's something
People have to feel empowered.
That.
Right. Sorry to cut you off, but people do have to feel empowered to get off the tracks at least, right? They have to feel like they're capable of doing that.
Well, but they have to start thinking about the impediments first. If there are actual impediments, and I believe there are, and I believe they're almost insurmountable, well, let's just say people want to look at what's stopping them from getting off the tracks or getting off the Titanic before it actually sinks. Maybe then they can go to their leaders and ask them some questions about, okay, this is my situation. I don't have air conditioning. This heat wave is going to go on for another week. What am I supposed to do? Okay. And the leadership who has the money and the permit process and everything else, that they can, make a lifeboat for you so that you can survive another day or a week or a month, then, you've saved yourself. If you don't have agency, maybe you have to turn to somebody who can save you. And I don't think people are ready to do that. I don't think they understand. People just don't understand. I guess that's how it is.
Well, perhaps we can only save each other. And I think maybe one way to be less doomeristic about people is to realize the morality that we're talking about, right? Like thinking about the world our children will inherit versus our day-to-day kind of ethics. That's a skill I don't think humans have even addressed as a species yet, or at least not in any way that settles that morality in stone. Versus our day-to-day ethics, we have some of that codified into law even. And so there is no law that says, or at least there's no law that makes it universal that you can't leave the world worse than you found it. And there's definitely nothing that prioritizes that over our daily comfort or our daily need to survive, and contrast those two things. Which thing is more important? And I think humans, first of all, it naturally makes sense that we haven't arrived to an answer to that yet. What is tragic is that we're kind of being forced into a point where we have to answer this, and if we answer incorrectly, a lot more people will suffer than needs to.
Yeah, and you get one shot. You have one shot at this.
And we need to answer this sooner rather than later. The longer we take, the more people will needlessly suffer.
Probably the process of figuring that out started, I guess, 50 years ago. We still don't have the answers we need. We seem to be 50 years away from having the answers we need, and we've run out of time. So I don't. That's a process you just mentioned, that people love having process discussions, and I'm looking at the process and I'm thinking, yeah, you've run out of time.
I'm not even thinking so much process or as much as how ethics become moral codes within society without it being indoctrinated, right? Like how we naturally come to the idea that at least most of us think that people who are starving shouldn't be starving, for example, right? Instead of living in a world where that's more ambiguous.
Well, people don't care. So in terms of your ethics, you've got some foundational work to do. Basic empathy. I mean, we're not even talking about ethics. Just starting with empathy where there isn't any. I have had to shred my empathy. I have had to back away from thinking that there is a way out of this, and if we all pull together and recognize the challenges and the threats to ourselves and our fellow humans, that we can. No, we can't. There's no thread to pull on. It's gone. The ethics are gone, and the time to acquire a new framework of ethics, as if we ever had that. I mean, go back in human history and show me where we even ever had that. But if we were to
Medicine?
Create a framework of medicine. Oh, don't get me started on medicine. Medicine is corrupt beyond comprehension. We celebrate illness. We don't
still
celebrate
have the
or pursue.
Hippocratic Oath.
All right. So that's how this is going to go. All right, that's fine. I said I was going to let you go.
Cougar, are you pro or anti-vax?
I used, because I'm a scientist, I used to think people should get vaccinated. I got vaccinated as a child before I went to go live in Southeast Asia. It probably saved my life. I probably came back without a terrible disease as a result. But you know what? At this point, I am definitely of the opinion that people should do whatever they want, because I don't want to hear the bitching and moaning about it. And if they don't want to get vaccinated, you know what? Then they just volunteered to get a disease. I think that's okay too, and I'm fine with that.
Well, but they also kind of put other people at risk, don't they?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Well, I was just wondering your opinion, because I'm supposed to get some. I have, like, my doctor told me that I have some vaccines I should get, and I'm trying to get like some straight answers from people, particularly from the more anti-vax crowd, about like why they think I shouldn't get them. And I haven't seen any like good like research or evidence that they've shown me that's like, this is why you really shouldn't do it, you know?
That's because they don't have good research, because there isn't any good research, not of the kind you and I would.
But is there any good research? Like, they're saying, oh, it's corrupt because they're supposed to do a vax versus unvaxxed, and they haven't done that or something. Oh.
I don't, like I said, I don't care. It's all monkey business to me. I don't care what you chimps do. Take it or don't take it, die or don't die, get a disease or don't get a disease. I'm really, at this point, I have no advice whatsoever. But I will say this: a bunch of people are going to die, and anybody who wants to go first is fine with me.
Damn.
And yeah, by the way, Cougar, I know I interrupt you, and sorry if that bothered you, but I was just doing it because I was going to agree with you and point out that it's not just structural barriers that we have; it's cognitive barriers, right? Because people are always going to see a villain in somebody who goes up and shoots somebody in the streets, even if that person was a bad person. Yet, if you degrade an ecosystem such that it becomes a field and never returns to its original ecosystem, I would argue that's at least the same amount of damage as just shooting someone point blank. But it's less horrifying to people, right? It's a very slow burn kind of a disaster. And so people weigh it differently in terms of moral outrage. And so whoever does save the planet this way is almost certainly going to have to make sacrifices where it's a trolley problem. And they say, I choose the longer term ethics over the shorter term looking good by not shooting somebody directly. And I'm just going to have to say, if some people are harmed by my mission to save the world, that's because they're standing in the way of me saving the world. And that person will always be framed as the bad guy by the media, always be framed by the bad person as by the system, even if they are ultimately saving our goddamn species. There's no way to win.
How was the growler?
Oh, Cougar, if you said something I couldn't hear.
My wife just walked in and she's having a conversation with me about a beautiful bouquet of mint that I had to prune, but I didn't want to throw it away because it smells so good. So she just brought it in the house, and I guess we're going to do something with it. We have it does smell good. Yeah, it does smell great. We have a backyard garden, and we have all kinds of things growing in it, and volunteers and everything else. It's always a big mystery. what's back there. And so I cut that stuff, and so she just brought it in. But you were talking about ecosystems, and my background basically is ecosystem biology. I got a master's degree in aquatic ecosystems and did field work for UC Davis, and then gave that up to do computer work because computer work paid the bills. So that's my, I understand what you're saying, that if you destroy ecosystems, it's about the same as destroying a person. And the way that works is rather profound. If you destroy ecosystems, you're destroying, the very ability of the earth to support life. And, one life of a person is of course trauma and a tragedy, but the life of an entire planet is elevating to a completely different level of trauma. Now the problem is, because humans completely fail to understand the exponential function, we completely fail to understand the scope of what we're doing every time we cut down a rainforest, or fill in a mangrove swamp or something like that. We just don't get it. We're much more concerned about that one person who we slighted with the N word, and we don't, and then we go when we drain a swamp, and fill it in and turn it into alligator Alcatraz, and we think that's okay.
We drain a good swamp, to be clear.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes we find the most beautiful, pristine swamp to drain and fill in and turn it into a casino. And sometimes it's almost like it's deliberately meant to cause trauma, and the most amount of trauma possible. I don't think that's how people think, but I know that they laugh when someone comes along and says, "You just destroyed something that can never be rebuilt." They'll laugh in your face. They'll say, "I just built a casino." And it's like, okay, I'm trying to balance these two things, and I'm failing to do that. All right, and that's where we're at right now with humanity, and that's why I think, and I'll say it again, at the risk of just being an asshole in the panel, I'll say it again. I think we're too stupid to survive.
But it might be, it might eliminate a lot of rights violations that occur by, filling in the wild areas. And then you can build towers, like hydroponic grow towers, and you can still make it green and nice and fresh, but you got rid of a lot of the wild predation that was happening.
Why is wild predation a bad thing? What if they're keystone species?
It doesn't really. Well, okay. I'm saying that predators are a bad thing.
No, they're not.
Would you want to be preyed upon?
That in an ecosystem, you need predation. Otherwise, you'll have.
Do you want to be preyed? Okay. So we have the xenomorph. The Earth gets infested with xenomorphs. Their instinct is to.
Well, now you're talking about
humans.
invasive species. That's an entirely different issue.
No, not necessarily. There's just enough.
Is.
No, there's just enough to pick off enough humans to keep the population sound, and you happen to be one of those humans that's being hunted. Should you not do anything about the xenomorphs?
Now we're talking about individual agency. Predators in the ecosystem.
Hang on a minute.
You don't want to get rid of predators.
You don't want to be predated upon. You don't want to be predated upon, but you think it's fine for others to be predated upon.
I think it's natural in an ecosystem for predation to occur.
Okay, that's called an appeal to nature fallacy.
Noodles.
So you can't have an ecosystem. You can't have an ecosystem. You cannot have an ecosystem. Sorry, I just need to respond. You cannot have an ecosystem without predation. It's fundamental to ecology.
You don't need, yes, but that doesn't, just because you need predation and you think you need it doesn't make the ecosystem good. It doesn't make the predation good. If you can have a scenario,
ambiguous.
It's not morally ambiguous or morally neutral. If you okay, all you have to do is name the trait, bro. All you have to do is name the trait. If you want to put,
apparently.
Yes, I have. Exactly. If I don't think it would be acceptable in the human context, therefore, it's not going to be acceptable in the context of the other animals. Predation is a bad thing. We should be aiming to eliminate predation.
See, I think
you're suggesting we get rid of all the lions, are you? And the killer whales?
I'm saying that we should figure out using technology, figure out a way to end predation to some degree, whether it's just because you say it's impossible doesn't mean it's impossible. And just let's say even if it was impossible, that doesn't mean that it's not the morally correct thing to try and do, if we don't know that it's impossible.
The only
so what's going to happen to all these dead?
What happened to the natural food chain?
Dead herbivores laying everywhere. There's going to be piles and piles and piles of dead animals laying everywhere.
There's not evidence for that.
Really?
Yeah.
The only
and there's going to be dead and by the way there's going to be dead animals anyway, whether the predators eat them, whether they just die of whatever disease or trauma that
Everything
they die
dies
of
eventually.
Yeah, like so it's about how they die. We don't want them to be purposefully or killed or predated upon. So the whole thing is that I'm saying that because that's a rights violation if you're looking at it from this ethical framework. So I'm saying that
what gives you the right to kill all the killer whales then? What gives you that right?
I didn't say that I had the right to do that, and I don't know that that's the necessary
your
step.
little friend wants to go around.
You'd have to start.
All right, you're kind of just straw manning. You're kind of straw. Yes, you're straw manning me. I mean, yes. Okay. Here's the thing. I would say that it seems like one of the first places to go would be to look at the odd order predators and figure out what we have to do about them, because they actually no odd order predators. Well, it could be a lot of them are apex,
tertiary predators.
The odd order predators are the animal.
How are you going to have secondary predators without your primary predators?
Odd order predators are predators that eat the herbivorous animal.
Predation. Yeah, that's primary.
And there's a lot less of them than there are of any other animals.
If you're only getting rid of odd orders, how are you going to have second order predation without primary predators?
I don't know what you mean by that.
See, I don't think you know what you mean by that, because you don't understand ecology enough to actually know what you're talking about.
I don't think you do either. I think and you also use these appeal to nature fallacies, which are ridiculous. If we can end predation, we should. That's should be this very simple position for us to take. We would not want to be predated upon, so we should try and help others not be predated upon.
That only
you
makes
wouldn't want to be hunted by you wouldn't want to be hunted by a xenomorph. You would try and get rid of them, even if they created a little pocket in the ecosystem that helped thin out the humans just enough to make the world like a little more green or whatever. You would still say, oh shit, we should probably kill the xenomorphs.
So
because you don't want to be, you don't want to be hunted.
Ethics, hi. Ethics do not exist to tell us. Hi, ethics do not exist to tell us how to make ecosystems. Ethics tell us how to interact with the world around us. Just because we have a certain set of ethics does not mean the natural world around us needs to follow us. These are principles for humans to follow, not nature.
That doesn't make any sense.
So who came up with the idea of ethics? Humans or nature?
Yes, it's subjective. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't extend that to...
I didn't say anything about it being subjective. I said who came up with it.
Obviously, humans did.
Right. And who do we come up with it for? Who are we saying that should follow ethics?
The beings we have empathy for the most part.
And who are we?
And by the way, I don't
should look
think
after all the animals.
I also there is you do see altruism within the animal kingdom, not just within the human matrix. So it is possible that many different species have their own ethical codes. We just don't understand it as well.
Ethics out of altruism. That's not how that works. It comes out of language for one thing, linguistics.
Well, no, ethics comes from like a moral framework. It's the actions of a moral framework.
You have to be able to.
Animals have language. Wait. Animals have language, bro.
Right, but do they have the language necessary to support a moral framework? Probably not.
It's possible. We don't know
Yeah, you
enough
want
yet.
it to be true, but you have
And you know what? You don't. Even still, that doesn't mean that they're unworthy of our ethical consideration. If you want to name the trait that makes
So again,
them.
our ethical consideration means we don't kill species like predators. That doesn't mean predators don't exist.
No, it means that we can protect other species that can't help themselves. For example,
that's
would
not
you
protecting
help?
them. Do you want to hear how that's not protecting them? Because if their population explodes, they run out of food, and therefore they just starve to death. And that's why you're a fucking moron for thinking it works that way.
Okay. So you would let them starve to death. You think you should let them starve to death, but you
predation
shouldn't.
is the only reason they have enough food to eat. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
let them get torn apart alive, and don't feed them. Like, obviously we would do other things to help them, and we
What
don't.
happens
It
when
is
we
not.
removed
It is
otters
also
from this-
not. It is.
What
it is
happened?
not.
What happened when we removed otters from the San Francisco Bay? What happened to the sea
I
kelp?
don't know, but look what happened when we added wolves to Yellowstone. It actually fucked things up worse.
What happened when we removed otters from the San Francisco
here's the
Bay to the
thing.
kelp? What happened was,
Here's the thing.
here, I'm going to tell you the answer. The sea kelp disappeared because the urchin population exploded. And so you destroyed the ecosystem by getting rid of the predators.
Are sea urchins even sentient?
That's not, it has nothing to do with what I said.
Well, it does, because what we're considering sentience here, not like I don't care about them, predating bacteria.
Then why would you bring up odd order predators? And that's clearly top predators.
Odd order predators are the animals that eat the herbivorous
most sentient
animals.
predators are the apex predators. You know that, right?
Okay, whatever. The point is that there's not. I don't think
How
there's
many things
enough
am I gonna have
evidence.
to correct you on before you realize you don't know what you're talking about?
Well, you're like making an argument to say,
100
oh,
things,
let's let
1,000.
let animals murder each other and create rights violations. And I'm saying,
just
let's
what they
figure
do
out a
then,
way.
man.
Let's figure out a way to end predation. You are
The only reason they murder
pro-predation.
each other 'cause they
I'm
have to eat.
anti-predation.
The only reason they murder each other is 'cause they
Pro-predation,
have to eat.
anti-predation. One of us wants to stop animals from being ripped to shreds alive. The other
Because
one
your
wants
sense of
to
veganism is
enforce
retarded.
it.
Your sense
The
of
other one wants
veganism
to-
is literally retarded, by the way. The word retarded itself is the only word that
name
would
the trait.
describe
Okay,
your sense of
what is
veganism.
true? What is true of the prey animal, which, if true of the human, would justify the same treatment?
Nothing.
Nature doesn't
work.
No, go ahead. What is true of the prey animal, which, if true
at
of the
this point,
human,
why
would
do I
justify
care
the
what
same
somebody
treatment?
who? At this point, why do I care what?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't have an answer.
Oh, you got to do a performative victory. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
At this-
You don't have an answer.
you
Yeah,
got the
because you know
performative
you'll
W.
contradict
Yep,
yourself.
You got the
Because you know
performative W.
you'll
The optics
contradict
are high,
yourself.
bro. The
You know
optics
you
are so high.
contradict yourself.
Yeah, you got
And
the
that's why you
performative
couldn't
W.
answer the
Yeah,
xenomorph
keep going.
question.
Keep going with
Because
the
you'd
performative
contradict
W.
yourself.
Keep
You
pounding
don't
your
want to be
chest.
predated
Keep pounding
upon, but
yourself
you're
on the
fine
back.
with
It's a
other
very-
animals being
it's a very
predated
Should we go
upon.
back to having a conversation?
You're not really letting anyone else have a fucking word, man. I've been trying to
I
debate-
asked this person what the morally substantial difference is, and they could not answer it.
And I didn't feel like answering it because it was a dumb
Right, because you know you'd contradict yourself.
Okay, fine. You get the W. Now let me speak. So why do I give a shit what somebody who has zero understanding of ecology thinks?
Because this has nothing to do with that. This has to do with ethics.
Really clueless ethics.
Okay, yeah, right. But you haven't proved why they're clueless, so.
Because you
You
don't know how
just
ecology
used
works.
appeal to
Because you don't know
nature.
how
You just
predation
use
works.
appeal to nature
Because
and
you
dodge
don't
the
know how
questions.
predation works.
So.
Please let me
It's
talk for a
clueless because you don't know how
Please.
predation works.
Go ahead.
Please let me talk.
It's clueless because you don't know how
Alright, go
predation
ahead.
works.
No, we're
Can
gonna
we
let
let
someone else
Ricardo
talk. Go
get a
ahead.
word
Go,
in, please?
Ricardo.
Just fucking mute yourselves for a second, please, before I forget what I was going to say. So, my opinion
write
is
it
you
down.
can't, from my observations of nature of 50 years on this planet, nature can be cruel, and predators naturally prey on each other. There's a hierarchical food chain in nature, and we're not at the top. We think we're at the top as humans, but we're not. We just got the biggest brains, but we don't eat monkeys. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's it. Just like nature works the way it does. We can't interfere with it too much, otherwise it will have consequences for us and them. So,
Ricardo, why?
Yeah.
What is it? What is true of the prey animal, which, if true of the human, would justify not protecting them?
I don't know. Like a lion. You say, like, take a real world example, like a lion. Are you going to stop the lions hunting whatever they hunt to survive?
Right, that's not the question I asked. But
And if he doesn't answer your question, you don't win a debate over it.
Obviously, that was obviously yes. We would try and end the predation of the lions killing other animals.
How are you going to talk lions?
This is a hypothetical. This is a hypothetical,
lions.
Not a. This is to test our principles. And this
Okay,
is what I'm
the
saying
ethics is that humans aren't smart enough to do this kind of damage to an ecosystem without doing even more damage than we realized.
Yeah, it just sounds like unwanted interference.
Okay, so if you were being attacked by a bear in the wild, would you not want someone to help save you?
You don't have to kill the bear to do that, though.
Should be able to look after myself.
So if you you weren't prepared, you were about to get mauled by a grizzly, someone, let's say, we'll use a non-lethal thing. We'll say they had a tranquilizer dart gun. They could shoot the bear. It would instantly go comatose and you would be saved. But you're in the wild, so you don't want to be saved?
I'm going to pull a page out of Cougar Dreamer's book and just say, I don't give a fuck.
All right, that's great. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Ricardo.
It's kind of like being a lifeguard or relying on a lifeguard when they're not after hours, when they're not even working, to save you from drowning on the beach. You know, it's like
no, that's not the question, Ricardo. Ricardo, that's not the question.
No, but there's no guarantee.
Ricardo, that's not the question. The hypothetical is very simple. You're out in the wild. A bear's going to attack you. Someone could save you. Do you want to be saved, or do you want to be mauled by the grizzly bear?
Of course, but that's not. We don't.
Oh, okay. You want to be saved,
we don't have
right?
The same morals as animals. Animals.
You don't have to have the same morals as animals. You don't have to have the same morals as. You don't have to have the same morals as an animal to empathize with wanting someone to help you survive.
We can't save them all, man. We just can't.
Just because you can't save that's not salient to the hypothetical.
Well, it is. That's why it is hypothetical.
Because you would not accept it for yourself. If you had the option to be saved and not mauled, you would take it. And so you saying, "Oh, we can't save them all." We can't stop every rape and murder. That doesn't mean we shouldn't put things in place to prevent it.
Yeah, well, I agree in principle. But
okay, that's it. Boom. Right there. You have already taken one major step forward more than anyone else on this panel right now.
Yeah. Well, I love that. I care about animals. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to see any of them suffer.
There you go.
That humans made a major misstep by letting ourselves detach from ecology, because fundamentally humans do rely on our environment to exist for us to exist, but we're also estranged from it through technology and stuff like that. And so it's easy for us to believe that we can just disaffect ecosystems, and as long as the thought experiment works out, you win the debate and we have a new moral code established. But since that's not really how it works, even if your hypothetical proves to be true, there's no way we could even apply it in practice. So it's kind of just a waste of our time.
You don't know that yet. And I
do know that.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because you're not a genius that knows how everything fucking works.
Okay. Tell me how a predator-less ecosystem will work. Tell me how it'll work.
I can't answer that question because but you can't either. And the point is that it's possible. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't, because you're not a genius with that much hindsight. No, I've heard it all before. It's the conventional wisdom. I'm saying that with technology and the right people involved working on the case, it is possible we could get closer and closer to ending predation. Or at least, or at the very least,
problem is
lowering it to lowering it to a great degree.
Problem is most people don't care about animals that much.
Is it ethical to let ecosystems degrade?
It's possible that it is. Yeah. There's a threshold in which The ecosystem causes like an extreme amount of rights violations to other sentient beings, then yeah, maybe it can possibly be better without the ecosystem.
Noodles! Can I say something, please, everyone? Can I just say something to Noodles? Because I'm pissed off.
You're definitely not going to let us
You
talk if
should
you're
be trying
screaming
to
that loud.
convert human meat eaters, okay? Leave the animal carnivores alone, you stupid, stupid little man.
Yeah, I know.
Because
Okay,
I tell you
great.
something, you're
Yeah,
stupid
because I'm out there outreaching carnivores. That's right. Okay, great,
You
Chickpea.
do fuck
Thanks.
off. You do fuck
Yeah,
off the animal
yeah.
rights movement. Nothing, you
Thanks.
little hypocrite.
Yeah, thanks.
You're-
Thanks
yes,
a
you are
lot.
a
Yeah.
hypocrite.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't
Wittering
just
and
go.
tricking
I didn't
about
just go tell the
polar
head of
bears.
Amgen to stop testing on beagles. Yeah, I didn't just do that. Okay, thanks.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
thing.
Oh,
That's the
you
exact
did
same
the
thing, Chickpea.
demonstration. Oh, what a big bruiser you are, you stupid little hypocrite! You should
When
be trying
was
to
when was the last
humans.
time you did any outreach, Chickpea? When was the last time you turned anyone vegan?
All the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Oh, okay, that's great. Yeah, like 50, 60 years ago. That's great. Okay.
No, it was 40 years
See, the
ago,
vegan
right?
superiority complex is already on display.
Right. Well, I'm not the one. I wasn't attacking Chickpea.
Like, why can't you vegans like not become narcissistic? This is why I don't fuck with
How about
vegans. You
getting
always
the
become little
slaughterhouses,
narcissists.
I think that's the pot calling the kettle black there.
Okay, well, I actually am smart enough to realize why my thought experiments would be stupid.
Well, I'll tell you something. If I had a gun, I'd shoot the fucking lot of you who want to kill off the polar bears.
All right, there you go. She's gonna shoot us.
Okay. Funny polar bears.
That would probably be more ethical than letting vegan run nature.
That's okay. It's okay to kill polar bears.
Yeah, let the people
Be in the
that
way of the
actually
hotels
care about
to the
animals and want to get rid
You
of
don't
rights
know how to
violations.
care for animals. You only know how to
they're
care
the
about
they're the
yourself.
ones.
You
I
don't know
said
how to care about animals. You only know how to care about yourself.
animals. You're the one who wants them to get ripped to shreds alive. Like you are the one that wants them to get ripped to pieces. I'm the one that doesn't. So like, let's just
Your
like,
empathy,
but
and your
it's pretty
empathy is
obvious
too
what's going
stupid to
on.
act. And your empathy is too stupid to be applicable to
Yeah,
reality.
okay. Excuse your terrible position by saying that the other person is just stupid.
When you're
Great.
so desperate to be empathetic that you make it this
Okay.
dumb, yeah, you're overdoing
All right,
it a
yeah,
bit.
okay, all right, okay, great.
Stupid, pathetic little man. You should be trying to convert humans, not trying to convert the animal kingdom. You
Right,
idiot.
like I never do that. Okay.
And this is also just what happened. Like we went wrong when we let people stop being predated by animals. Like we should have just said, like, fuck it, let's let children get attacked by wolves and stuff. That's the natural order. Because if we don't, we'll get people like vegan who think that they're superior to nature.
Hey,
and don't
you know what? I think
don't know
go
how to
ahead,
submit
go,
to it.
go sacrifice yourself.
You're the one who's talking about getting rid of predators. You're the top predator.
Go sacrifice
You're the top
yourself.
predator.
Go sacrifice yourself if
Come
you
on,
think
guys,
it's so
don't-
great.
Don't make this personal. It's just a difference of opinion. We're having a debate. It's fine.
Humans are the apex predators. You can start with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But we don't have to be predators, do we?
That's true.
We can be vegans or
We are smarter than
vegetarians
that.
or yeah.
But Ricardo, Noodles.
Because we
wants
can
to-
doesn't mean we should.
They want to kill off the animal kingdom. Little murderers.
Oh, there's definitely sustainable like fish and chicken farming practices. I think once you get up to like the level of beef and pork, that's when things become definitely unsustainable.
Sustainability and ethics are kind of different things. So
Well, I mean, if the fish think that they're in their natural biome and the chicken think that they're in their natural biome, there's really no unethical thing about a farm that can exist.
Well,
I
I
think
guess
it's
if someone
very
put
unfair
you
to
in a
people.
natural environment and shot you in the back of the head, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be unethical, right? Because you wouldn't be any of the wiser.
I mean, you're just pretending like farming practices where you wait for them to die of old age don't exist.
Well, if they do, they're almost never practiced. So it's just
And yeah, I
not
agree.
even
It sucks
salient
that
to the
humans don't do that.
conversation. And
What is
also,
there
it
more
would not be
flavors?
I agree with you there.
nor would that be sustainable for the amount of people on Earth that want to consume their flesh. So
That's true. Yeah, we would probably need meat as a luxury item, not as a staple.
Let's turn the volume down before I get a headache. Oh. Look, I don't kill animals. Well, I try not to. Accidentally sometimes. I don't eat animals. And I just want to love animals. You know, like but
Yeah, I'm with you, Ricardo. I'm with you, and I don't want to see animals get eaten or harmed by other animals. And if there is a way, if we can figure out a way, and I hold out hope that it is possible that to try do what we can to eliminate or greatly reduce predation.
Yeah.
Then I would like for us to push towards that direction, but it doesn't.
That's cool, man.
It doesn't happen as easily when you have so many people dogmatically pushing back, saying, "No, there must be predation. We have to let it continue." It's like the same thing with it's like with the lab-grown meat, where they're just like, "No, it's not natural, so we need to ban it," even though it's
Yeah, I also
genetically
identical argument. So you're definitely
Noodles.
not just making that assumption and then patting yourself on the back for making that connection. But no, like you think that we're just using dogma, but there are actual things that you can go observe in real ecosystems that are true about them that makes predation necessary for the ecosystem to function. It's not just dogma, it's understanding how ecosystems work.
It's like to do with the butterfly effect as well. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? Like everything's connected in subtle and complex ways, basically. If a butterfly flutters its wings somewhere, then it means something else is gonna die or whatever. It's an old saying.
Yeah,
I'll tell
well,
you guys something.
it's very
I'll tell
convoluted.
you all something, guys. Noodles
Makes
give me a
sense.
hard time because I allow my cat to hunt field mice. Okay.
I haven't brought that up in a long time, Chick
No,
P.
you haven't. No, but you know what? By my cat killing field mice, my cat is saving the lives of sparrows. Because field mice kill sparrows' eggs and sometimes their babies too. So that's how well informed vegan Noodles is.
They kill the eggs.
Yes, they eat them.
Oh well,
Isn't
the
that more
egg's
opportunistic,
not
though?
really
See,
essential.
that's okay to no, because by doing that they
That's
are.
a natural hunters, though. You can't.
The
Say
egg
no.
That's
isn't
the
really
overhunt,
necessarily.
though.
Yes,
the
that's
issue.
right. Okay, let's all
What they
kill
are.
sparrows' eggs because their numbers are plummeting
Murderers.
because some
The egg. I'm not as concerned about the egg as I am the sentient sparrow.
Yeah, well, it's making the sparrow numbers drop.
Chick, do you
But
mind
just
if I ask you
because
something?
one animal kills another,
You know what? Is there ever a time when you're not in the right? For somebody who works in a thrift shop, you're not very academically gifted, are you? But you
well,
see,
what made you? What you said for someone who works in a thrift shop? I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be academically gifted to work in a
Well, you're
thrift
thick as
shop?
shit. You are.
Chick P, are you forgetting he's superior because he's vegan? He's superior to us all by default.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
vegan.
you're just showing that
vegan.
you're just showing like how you're self-conscious about not being vegan, and that's
I'm
good. It means
very
you have a
happy about where
conscience.
I'm at in my life.
I know
I'm
it's good.
okay.
It means you have a conscience. It means that your conscience is getting to you. You have cognitive dissonance.
So Chick P, I hear what you're saying about the field mice thing. I think that there's another side of thing where cats are unnatural forms of predators because of how we've selectively bred them, where they don't prey based on what they need to eat. So there's not an ecological feedback loop.
They just do it
Cat
to
is a carnivore
for fun,
with the rest.
for exercise.
A cat is an
Yeah.
carnivore, okay?
Her argument does not come from a place of ecology, though. It's coming from her like this basically idea that if she feeds her cat fortified vegan cat food, which there is enough research to show will not harm them,
It hasn't
then
been
like she's
researched
doing
for
something
20
wrong.
years. It has
But-
not
I
been
didn't know
researched for
cats
20
could
years,
survive on
and I know
vegan
so
food.
because I've discussed this.
Yeah,
with my
there's
friends.
actually a lot of good research on it already.
Not 20 years.
I'll look
ago.
into
But
it.
Do you believe everything?
So I
I've
wouldn't
got
be
an open mind, so-
surprised.
Steve,
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't be
posted.
surprised that like
I've
humans
posted
can
it many times here. She never looked at even probably one sentence.
My vet says differently. Okay?
Well, she doesn't want to
Right,
do
but
that
if
for
your
her
doctor
cat. She
tells you to
doesn't
eat
have
meat, does that mean your doctor is right, Chickpea?
My
Okay, you're
vet's
not a
vegan,
victim because you
Yeah,
didn't take
okay,
your
yeah.
advice.
If your doctor eats a plant-based diet but is like, oh, Chickpea, you need to eat meat, you should listen to your
But her
doctor, right?
Her veterinarian doesn't necessarily feed their own cat that stuff, so that doesn't work. Also,
I wonder
like,
how many vegan
She
doctors
said that
there
she
are.
said that her vet is a vegan.
Also,
And,
Also, I think
Go
it comes
ahead.
down to comfort levels, because I wouldn't be surprised if humans found a concoction of plant-based ingredients that do actually give cats the nutrients they need. We're smart enough to do that, so that wouldn't surprise
Well,
me.
we
On the
have
other
we
hand,
have done that.
on the other hand,
Yeah.
cat owners are very worried about their cat's health, and if they change something and then something goes wrong with their cat's health, they're going to be worried it's because of the fact that they changed their cat's diet. And some people feel more comfortable just keeping their cat healthy, feeding them what they're already feeding them.
Sure, I hear that and I understand that, but what I'm saying is that should we set up slaughterhouses to feed our cats as vegans?
No.
No, right, and so I think it's absurd.
Shouldn't have slaughterhouses anyway.
Right. So I think it's absurd, but
No,
I
Frankie, I'm saying
empathize
no.
with the fear of not doing something for the being you consider your family member. I get that part, but that's why it's like with the threshold, the deontological threshold, where does it, where do you draw the line?
So I think you should bear in mind that when I said no, we shouldn't make slaughterhouses just to feed our pets, I'm saying that within an ideal context where we don't already have the current system we have. It would be unethical to force cats to starve just because we want to tear down slaughterhouses overnight, and we definitely wouldn't have the distribution network necessarily to keep everyone's cats fed.
Well, okay, so what I'm saying is,
them down, just like seriously look into them and do a deep dive.
If society made a shift so we all cat food was plant-based over time, I would have nothing against that.
We shouldn't be working there.
Yeah, my whole thing is, as vegans, because ideally as vegans we want to see the world become we want to see it become a vegan world.
Yeah.
And if we want to have cats as companion animals or rescue cats, at that point do we build slaughterhouses just to feed our cats? And if the answer is no, and there is already a solution for cats, which there is, she just refuses to change or look into it, then
You're also taking that way more personally than it deserves.
I would like to also add that actually me and Brother Marcus have tried to give Chickpea resources for getting free cat food. Free cat food that is wait, hold on, stop. That is animal based. That is animal based. Let me finish. That is animal based. Because there's plenty of free cycle Facebook groups that give away unwanted pet supplies, always tons of cat food, tons. And that's what like a lot of the people I know here do. And so you wouldn't have to make you they could eat the same food, but you would not be paying into
that. Really makes a lot of sense. I wonder how
a market signal. But she doesn't want to, she doesn't want to even put forth that effort. So
okay, maybe you should drop it instead of taking it personally.
I'm just trying to point something out.
No, you're definitely taking it personally.
I think you're taking it personally. I think you're just bothered by the whole vegan thing.
Take your advice.
No, what I'm saying is that it's not just that she's worried. It's not just about being worried about the cat being healthy. There is a certain level of negligence going on.
Oh, fuck off, you little bastard!
This is the person who would literally, get rid of quote second.
Try and stop animals from being ripped apart. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you know what, birds?
I think I'll tell you your definition of negligence with the green.
No, I think that you're just
I'm not one
you're a meat flake. That's what's going on.
There's so much rape in the bird world. I'm shocked. I didn't realize.
Yeah, and guess what? They won't reproduce if you don't let it happen.
Well, I don't know if there's any
I think you should be
politeness
concentrating on humans first. Leave the animal kingdom till you've thought out humans. Okay.
But it's a complex
You guys,
issue.
I'm so sorry. You guys, I don't mean to be rude. Can I just jump in here really quick? I'm trying to get ready for work. I just have a quick second. I'm so sorry I don't mean to be rude and step on guys' toes. I just have a quick second. Vegan equilibrium. Would you be interested in doing a formal debate with me on this topic?
Sure.
What's your schedule like normally, like availability? Like Wednesdays and Saturdays are generally good days for me. Are either of those days good for you?
I'd watch that.
I'm going away pretty soon for a couple of weeks. When I get back,
yeah, I'm thinking like maybe like
Wednesday.
I couldn't do it until end of July, probably July. What's the next month? August, June, July, August. Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to do it my own schedule until probably like beginning of August-ish. Would that be good for you?
Probably.
August could work.
And you said Wednesdays may potentially work?
Yes.
And I was thinking that it would be really good for, I don't know if you know Robin. She's a really nice lady who's come to this channel before, Robin Webster. It'd be nice to get her some content. Do you have a problem doing it on her channel to kind of help her out and let her moderate the debate? She's a very fair moderator, but
I would do it where it could be on both of our channels. And
you could dual stream it. I don't have a problem with that, but I just mean letting her host it, moderate it. Would you have a problem with that?
I don't know. I have to see who she is and what her whole deal is. I don't know her. So
that's totally fair. The other alternative would be if you want to do it on a really large platform, Sarah from the Raging Tomato, she might be an alternative as well. But I don't know if she'll let you.
I also want to say objective
moderator
debated before, and I know you changed your position.
No. We've never debated. No, brother. We've never debated on this topic. We've never debated on anything.
Not this topic, but we have debated where you came to the conclusion conclusion that a tomato was morally equivalent to a puppy. So I'm just saying.
We've never debated on this topic or any other topic. No, vegan. We've never debated anything.
No, we have. Like it was months ago.
We haven't, brother. No. We've had discussions about these things, but we've never had a debate. I'm talking about an actual debate.
Okay, formal debate, right? Well, but I found that what you conceded to me in one of our discussions is that you didn't see a moral difference between a tomato and a dog. So the problem is that I don't know. And then you you switched your position later. I don't know. So I don't know that I feel that there's like a level of, I don't know, of intellectual honesty that I feel like is good faith enough for me here, but whatever.
So do you want to debate or not?
It'd be good to watch, man. What are you afraid of, Noodles?
All right, go ahead.
Do it.
Yeah, so you want to check out Robin's channel? It's Robin Webster, 1968. She's been on DNW show before. She's a really nice lady.
Well, why don't we just do it right here? Why don't we just do it right here, right now?
Because this isn't a debate. This is a crash out session. This isn't. I'm talking about a formal debate. You know what a debate?
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it right here, right now. I'll put everyone else backstage, and it'll be just me and you.
No, we can't. We can't. Who's moderating? First of all, what are the rules? You know, there's no setup yet, and not right here, right now.
Right,
I'm talking about an actual debate.
An
formal debate. Have you ever done a formal debate before?
We can come up with rules right now. If DNW.
Have you ever done a formal debate? Have you ever done a formal debate?
It depends what you mean by formal debate.
I'm talking about moderated with rules, with a moderator and rules, a formal debate.
Maybe I haven't actually, not on my channel anyway.
Well, anywhere, even in high school or anything like that. I mean, I'm not knocking you. I'm just trying to figure out if you even know it.
No, I wasn't part of like the debate club. So, but I don't like if DNW. Where is DNW, by the way?
He's on holiday.
Is he around?
Is there any way?
DNW, are you in the background somewhere? Can you come up to the front for a minute?
Well, I wouldn't do it on DNW's channel. He can maybe host it, and we can actually get a moderator to come here. But DNW wouldn't be a good moderator. He's too he's got too much bias.
I want to talk about other things.
Wait,
anyway.
why is he more biased than Robin?
It's not just about your
Everybody's going to have bias, but Robin, I've seen her do debates on topics where she has a particular opinion, and I've witnessed her keep her opinions out of it. She just moderates fairly. I've never seen DNW do that before.
I have a suggestion. You should trade contact information, then talk about this offline, because I want to talk to Vegan Equilibrium for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we've almost got this wrapped up, brother. So Wednesdays are good for you in potentially in August, right? And you want to check out Robin's channel, or do you want to do it on a bigger channel like Sarah?
What is the actual debate? What is the actual objective? What is the actual debate proposition?
What's the title going to be?
Yeah, we have to come up with a proposition or resolution, and we can contact back and forth if you want, like via email, and come up with like the rule set, time, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, man. I'm happy to debate you on here anytime you want. If you want to put everybody else backstage, and I don't see the point of.
I'm talking about a formal debate, an actual formal debate, not these crash out sessions. You know what I mean? Because these are just people crying about their position. There isn't really I don't think any intellectual honesty that goes on these panels, to be honest with you.
At least give Vegan a chance to review the channel before agreeing to the debate.
I come here in good faith, always.
Give him a chance to review the channel.
That's a huge claim. That's zero. I would expect at least one intellectual honesty.
Yeah. Cougar Doom is pretty good, to be fair.
He Maybe. Is good. I like Cougar.
For example. Could probably find a few others. Anyway.
Cougar's my favorite one on this panel besides DNW.
He's got a great personality too. He's funny and kind, and
well, he's probably the only real adult, and
there's lots of wonderful people that are on this panel. I like every single person that's here right now. I just don't think that these
that's not normal.
Yeah, I just don't think that these conversations are like
why does everything have to turn into this one little fucking debate that came out of a fucking argument that two people were having? Nobody else cares. Really?
Yeah, I think you should tape and give Vegan Equilibrium a chance to review the channel before having him agree to the debate. It's just reasonable.
Let's just change the subject, And
I still need to ask my question.
Yeah, Vegan Equilibrium. Is there an email address you'd feel comfortable me having so we could just communicate about this without having to drag everybody?
Vegan Equilibrium at Gmail.
I'd be happy to watch this debate. It sounds really juicy. So
yeah, and I'll send you my email is objectiveethicsyt@gmail. So just look for that. And I appreciate you letting me crash the conversation, you guys. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm getting ready for work, so I'm gonna get out of here and just listen to you guys. Okay.
It's totally cool.
All right.
Thanks.
Cool.
Thanks.
So my question to Vegan Equilibrium: do you ask the plants their opinion before eating them?
They're not sentient.
Do plants feel pain?
No.
You're sentient. They're living.
No, they're not. You don't know the definition of sentience.
They respond to music.
So they can't sense.
No, having a reaction to stimuli is not the same as sentience. Intelligence is not the same as sentience. Your computer has reaction to stimuli and it has intelligence. That doesn't mean it's sentient. To have a subjective thinking, feeling experience, you need a brain and a nervous system, and to suffer, you need at least some form of nociception.
But there's people with nervous systems that are called vegetables. Are they sentient?
Some of them aren't.
Some of them aren't.
Some of them are. It depends if they're brain dead or not.
Should they have less rights then?
It depends what level of sentience they have. If there's literally no chance of them coming back from a brain dead state, they do have less rights. They can't drive cars. They can't vote, right? I mean,
okay. So So it should be okay to feed people to xenomorphs if they're brain dead.
I mean, it depends. I mean, I think there's like a level of like we have like their families have a certain claim stake over their body, right? But in a vacuum, yes, if they're brain dead, I don't think that they matter as much.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like
how much? If you have a unit of sentience that we can apply, can we measure it?
That is a hard question for me to answer. I don't know that I can answer it, but I would say from my the way I see it is that there is a hierarchy of sentience. I mean, clearly we can see that there are certain creatures that are more capable of suffering than others and more aware perhaps than others. The awareness factor is a little bit harder to measure, although they have certain things that they do, which I don't think are even great tests. I mean, they have the red dot test. I don't think that's a fair test per se, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to look at the Cambridge Declaration of Sentience and see how the scientists that all signed off on that came to their conclusions. That's something that we probably should look into all together here, because I actually haven't dug into that yet.
But do you think the corporations care about any of that stuff when there's money to be made?
Well, no, corporations don't give a shit about. Well, it depends which corporation you're talking about. You know, you're talking about like,
How about the ones? Okay. How about the ones that run the abattoirs?
Well, obviously they don't give a shit.
I want to fucking do a deep exploration of investigation of these kind of places.
Hypothetically, would it be okay to feed a corporation to a xenomorph?
Enough is spoon time.
If you could do it without feeding any actual people.
Yeah, right. Yeah, feed the what do you call it? The
database entry.
the tax rate registration papers.
Yes.
I'd be prepared to look into the subject personally. I need to do some research because I don't hear anyone talking about this stuff. It's just swept under the carpet. You know, no one cares enough about the animals to look into how slaughterhouses are run and how much. And how much,
you know, you have so for example, you have like welfare laws that get passed, right? And then you have right, and like they get you have welfare laws that get passed, but then what happens is that the majority, they're not enforced they're not enforced because the people that would have to be in charge of enforcing them are also the people that engaged in the wrongful act of, you know, paying people to hurt the animals and so they can consume them. You know,
I think probably only morally corrupted people can work there. Sorry, Chickpea.
It's not just about the people that work there. It's about the government agencies that are supposed to be in charge of you know, what's it called? Going into those places, you know, doing checkups, regulating and enforcing those welfare laws. And what, you know, for example, Direct Action Everywhere, it's one of these groups along with PETA and some of the other groups that, you know, they do undercover investigations and they show that these companies break all these different animal welfare and cruelty and laws, right? And what happens is, even though they're the ones breaking the laws, what will happen is the DA will still try and prosecute the investigator instead of the company. Why? Because the DA is a meat, dairy, and egg eater. The DA wears leather shoes. The DA, you know, like they're you know what I mean, man? Like,
So let me explain where I'm coming from. I'm an idealist and a mathematical intuitionist. I think the whole universe is conscious, but not necessarily all parts of the universe is sentient. So things can be experienced things, even though they don't necessarily have a brain in there. but I really not in any position to say that broccoli couldn't feel it. I'm not in a position to say that.
Well, I think we just have different definitions of things because I equate consciousness with sentience. So
Yeah, we have different definitions, but I don't know. I don't understand how you draw the line so sharply when we agree that plants are alive, but you know for certain that it can't feel pain, even though you've never been a plant. That doesn't make any sense to me. You haven't pulled a plant.
because
You haven't been a plant.
you use deductive reasoning. You've never been a rock, so should you assume that the rock is sentient? You've never been a doorpost. Are you gonna assume the doorpost is sentient? Like we use
Sentient conscious is
deductive
different.
reason.
Yeah, sentience and conscious different things.
Well,
but alive
okay,
and not alive
define,
is also different. Plants are
all right,
well
well,
known to be alive.
What's your definition of consciousness?
So conscious is just reprint of all loop. They can react to the
Wait,
environment.
what?
Conscious.
It's awareness.
Yeah, awareness. Yes.
Well, okay, so that's what sentience is.
No,
sentience means you have
is
a
self-evaluation. It's no aware that's aware and can reevaluate.
not necessarily.
As I
Not
see
necessarily.
it, right? So a plant
Sentience is
aware,
just being.
A rock is not. A rock is not aware. A cloud is not aware.
There's no evidence that a plant is aware. Sentience is consciousness essentially. Like basically, you're basically just saying that you're using sentience you're ascribing the word sentience to beings that maybe have a greater level of consciousness than other beings. But sentience is just the ability to suffer. It's the ability to have a subjective experience, thinking, feeling. You don't necessarily have to perceive like very complex concepts such as self-awareness. That's not
feeling. How about feeling? Feeling.
Yeah, well, that's
more
nociception. Like a being that has nociception is sentient. You know what I mean?
Obviously, having a nervous system.
Right. So it's just the definitions are a little mixed up.
Well,
and I don't
so
know.
If that's the case, then you would believe it's okay that burn a forest as long as no animals are in there to burn with the plants. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, essentially, I don't see in a vacuum. I don't see that as a ethical issue.
It is absolutely an ethical issue because there's all kinds of suffering that will happen among the rest of the environment, even though there's no animals there. And that's
okay, actually, so Native Americans, there's certain parts of the U.S. and maybe Canada where Native Americans used to burn giant swaths of forest because what would happen is it would end up creating I don't know what the mineral thing, what was going on with the soil. It would create a environment where everything would grow back way more rich and green, and like it would actually attract more unique and rare species to that area. So like I don't know, like once again, this is why I said in a vacuum, and I don't, it's a very complex topic. Basically, generally speaking, I say like what I'm saying. This is what I say before. In principle, we should be against. We should be against all forms of predation. It's a rights violation, right? And we should do what we can to try and eliminate it if we can. Now, if you're going to say, okay, if you were going to look at it from a deontological, threshold deontological point of view, you could say, okay, but I can prove to you that in the long run, that will, no matter what, that creates greater rights violations to occur, or enough suffering. Let's say it could even be inadvertent suffering that it outweighs the reduction of rights violations. If you could prove that to me, I would say, or give me like really good substantial evidence, I would say, okay, yeah, maybe we're just fucked. Maybe it's just damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it'd be better not to try and eliminate in that circumstance. But I have not seen anyone give me the substantial evidence. They'll give me sort
You
of.
don't let anyone finish their point when they do.
They give me some mechanistic data or whatever, but they don't basically, they can't show in the long run using technology, ending predation would be ultimately a bad thing.
Well, you can't learn it because it's above your pay grade.
No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah,
I would, based on what he
yes.
said so far, and me trying to do that without needing to rely on the stuff he said on. And the only reason he wasn't receptive is because he wouldn't let me finish anything I was trying to say.
Yeah, well, I just...
So maybe you don't see that because you are not receptive.
No. I disagree with you, Mel. You just didn't communicate in the way you understood. And I actually think vegan equilibrium is very reasonable and what he's asking for.
Well, yeah, the textbooks aren't going to be written to coddle vegan equilibrium. They're going to be written to educate people who are trying to actually learn ecology instead of learn how it fits their worldview and reject it when it doesn't, which is what he seems to do. Because when we point out things like food webs, he doesn't actually respond to it saying this is how we can keep the food web intact. He just says, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so take another approach, just like you suggested to Gracie.
But he's not providing different approaches.
Yeah, you sound just like Gracie now, Mel.
Okay, but he's not providing different approaches. Vegan. Is it unethical to destroy a food web?
It depends on there's some different variables that depends on.
Okay, an entire food web.
Yeah, it depends on the variables.
What do you think happens when a food web collapses?
Which food web are you talking about? And
it could be any food web. There's a pretty ubiquitous answer, and it's that the ecosystem around it collapses.
And in the long run, that could actually mean less rights violations, which passing a threshold, it makes it a more preferable scenario or
so you achieved an ethical
situation.
standpoint by killing everything that lived there.
Well, okay, we knew that. I'm gonna give it an example. Like we knew that we had to create a certain amount of destruction to put an end to World War II. It required doing something that unfortunately hurt a lot of people and hurt a lot of beings, right? Hurt a lot of sentient beings, but it is a very good possibility that far more beings would have been hurt and died had we not taken that approach.
Except there are no beings to hold up rights there. So yes, you could solve all ethical problems humans create by getting rid of all humans, but that in itself is unethical.
You don't need those beings. Those beings don't have to be able to hold up human rights.
Yeah,
well, you realize, okay, let's say you get rid of...
Let's just name the trait.
I'm not saying this is your position, but let's say you get rid of ants because they're predators, right? That doesn't just get rid of ants in a vacuum. You now collapse the soil will collapse. The soil will compact more than it normally would. That means less water goes through the soil. That means less plants can get water from the soil. Less aeration in the soil. Do you understand?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm not necessarily an advocate for getting rid of ants.
I didn't say you did. I was saying you can't get. There are plenty of species that predate that you can't just get rid of without disaffecting the species that you're trying to protect.
It's possible that not in the current paradigm we can't, but it's also a possibility that we can. And I'm saying I'm not acting like I have the answer for how to do it. I'm just saying if it's possible, then we should do it.
Yes. So Mel, you're distracting him with trivia. Let's just get to the root of the issue. So if I could prove to you vegan
Hank, I really
equilibrium,
don't feel like you're helping if I'm being honest.
I don't think you're helping either. So I'm just gonna take my route. I'm gonna take my route. I'm gonna take my route. I'm gonna take my turn.
Response to that.
No, let him speak because you just spoke and now it's his turn.
Yes.
Except we're trying to have a back and forth and he's interjecting.
No, I thought the three of us are having a reasonable conversation, I think, and there's no reason to to exclude him.
Okay, maybe you could coach vegan instead, because I'm still going to say the thing I was thinking of saying.
Okay, I'm gonna talk now. So to get to the root of the issue, at vegan equilibrium, if someone could prove you that plants were sentient, would you stop eating?
No, I would not stop
all of a sudden.
eating.
Cool.
I would just say that basically, if we're gonna use plant sentience as an excuse to do what we're doing to animals, it doesn't just trivialize what happens to those animals. It actually trivializes what happens to all sentient life all across the world. So, you know, and once again, there's a hierarchy of sentience too. So that should be taken into account.
Ricardo, what did you ask Noodles just now? Sorry, I wasn't here to hear it.
I thought this was just a three-way, and now I was going to get my turn apparently, but I guess not.
Sorry, Ricardo.
Look, it's an intellectual orgy. Just enjoy it.
So, again, going...
Treat the animals better. I think
okay, I don't get to fit. This just goes back to vegan. This just goes back to vegan. The only reason that you don't see what people like me are trying to tell you is because you let the discussion get derailed because you're afraid of where it's going.
I don't think I've ever like stopped you from trying to say what you're trying to say.
You could right now say, "I want to finish my discussion with Mel Chickpea. I'm sorry, but could we please finish this?" Instead of saying, "Oh, it's an intellectual orgy."
I just don't like. Go ahead, say what you want to say. I don't care. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you keep claiming to want to protect rights, but I don't think you're doing that. I think you're being selfish, and here's why. I think you see things that you don't like, and your way of dealing with them is to get rid of them, not to understand them, not to realize that your sense of entitlement to this comes from a perceived sense of rights that humans made, not nature, and therefore you're not enforcing the will of nature at all. You're not protecting species from quote-unquote rights violations. You're in fact imposing human will onto nature, which is how we got to this problem of eating meat in the first place. Humans feeling like they're dominant to nature, and nature should bend to our will. You are the source of the problem.
That's some great meta, but you did not make an argument against my position.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I did actually.
No, you didn't.
It would both be
fatal. The meta.
It would both be fatal, and it's self-defeating and selfish. Those are all direct critiques.
Okay, well, you haven't.
Is there anything anyone can tell you to make you reconsider it?
I don't think you've proven any of that. I think you said it's.
Is there any proof that could be good enough for you?
Because it's so.
Is there any proof that's good enough for you?
I don't know. I haven't seen, like, it's hard for. Look, I'm not arguing that it's I'm not saying that. No, it's absolutely not possible that if you get rid of all of these, then it affects all of these. Like, I'm not saying that that's not true per se. I'm saying
have you ever once
that,
deferred to someone who's smarter than you on something and just been
like you're just being insulted. You're just trying to be a dick.
No, it's a serious question because it can be hard, right? It can be hard to admit.
Yes, I often ask many questions to people that I think might have some good information for me.
So how many people who understand ecology would you need to talk to who can tell you that it won't work before you start to consider, maybe it just probably won't work. Maybe I'm just spitballing and it only works in a vacuum where I don't consider how things really work.
I mean, you could make the argument that, letting humans continue to procreate won't work. And
you're just sidestepping what I said.
Well, what I'm saying is just because you decide something won't work, or because an authority person or appeal to popularity or whatever the conventional wisdom
the
is.
Experts in the
even
field.
though you said earlier that if someone can demonstrate it won't work, you would reject it. So you're kind of going back on that.
What I was saying is that it would, if they could show me that it would ultimately create more suffering, like way more suffering. More suffering to pass
I've been explaining to you how it creates more suffering, and then you just say, "Well, maybe it's better if you just snap everything."
You haven't showed that it would actually. No, you haven't showed that it would pass the threshold. and I have to figure out where that threshold is. You know, like that's the thing.
Jesus,
you haven't
vegan.
showed that it would definitely create. Oh, this would ultimately create way more suffering in the long
So you
run.
would definitely have to remove the agency of at least some group of animals. You would definitely have to interfere with natural processes and disrupt them.
Which
it would
we already
definitely
do.
cause harm to species that you probably can't account for.
Yeah,
How is that not worse?
I think because if it ultimately leads to fewer rights violations and like
No, that only
less
exists in the human
suffering.
world. Rights violation doesn't exist in nature. So
That's not
stop saying
true.
that.
Okay,
Suffering,
then
we
name the
can talk about
trait. Then
suffering
name.
if you
Okay,
want.
then name the
Suffering, at
trait.
least we
Then
can-
name the trait. Name the trait. What is true of the prey animal, which, if true of the human, would justify the same treatment?
It's intrinsically linked to nature, and its survival depends on the ecosystem around it entirely.
Okay, so once again, if there's
Everything's
a
connected to everything
a
else.
human that was raised by wolves, because apparently that actually has happened, and we saw that human was sick or going to be attacked by a bear or a predator or whatever, and we knew we could do something to protect that human, would it therefore be unethical to protect that human?
Let me just ask, how does my answer
Melanie?
inform your
I'm
decision?
just
How
going
does
to
my
interject
answer
for a
inform your
moment
just shows
and
that
put
you-
you
it just shows
all
the
on
contradiction
mute
in-
just for a second, because we've got 3 other people on the panel and Sean has just joined us. So just to give them a brief respite and to allow them to interject their thoughts too, please do feel free to interject. Thank you.
I'm gonna hop off here. Okay, so I'll just you guys can finish on without me, but you are gonna contradict your logic.
Okay, thanks, vegan. I appreciate your input. You're,
He
you're
made
obviously
5 contradictions, and he needed to
he's a
find one in
trusted
mine.
man.
So
You got to remember, though, guys. Everyone's got to remember he is a trusted thing. You know, moderator. He's got the keys. So if DNW trusts him, then we should all give him a bit more respect. Generally.
no, because that could just be D&W making a bad choice.
Ricardo.
Then you have to trust the host, then,
Ricardo,
don't
he's
you?
a nasty.
No, you
he's
don't.
Speaking as a female, he's a nasty little bully.
Sorry,
Ricardo,
Chickpea. Go on.
Speaking as a female, he's a nasty little bully, and he is. And
Right.
he should pick on men his own size in the outside world. He comes on.
Well, he doesn't bully me.
Going, yeah, exactly, because you're a man. That's why. He only bullies women. And you know what? His nasty little friend, Vegan, what's his name, wants to shoot
Vegan Gaines.
all the wants to
Right.
shoot all the polar bears, and that's nasty little noodles agreed with him.
Because the polar bears are predating on ants or butterflies or something.
Polar bears kill fish and stuff. And you should see the
Yeah, but even if we
No, you should
Go
hear
on,
the
Jim.
way laid into me because I feed my cats on fish. He went bloody mental. I mean, it was
Cats
quite
naturally eat
disturbing.
fish, don't they?
What?
Cats naturally eat fish, don't they?
Well, they do, yes.
They hunt
thing
them
is,
if they have the
the
chance.
thing is, I've checked all this with the CPL and my vet has made it quite clear. My vet is vegan, and I trust him with my cats' lives.
Cool.
That
Vegan vet.
my vet is in the wrong. The vet shop boy is in the right. The vet is in the wrong. That's how mental it is. That's
Well,
how
we see how you feel harassed by him,
What?
like constantly pushing that on you. He even sounded like he was pushing it on you on this.
I'm a
panel.
vegan myself. I've been a vegan longer than he's been alive.
But I just say
So you're the better vegan.
wants thing, and I certainly wouldn't disparage you for being a cat owner. But yeah, cats are natural predators. We did selectively breed them so that way they would hunt more than they needed to eat, and because of that, they can hunt way more than their ecosystem can actually support. Unlike most animals who would be in competition, and therefore it's very hard for them to hunt unless they're invasive. It's hard for them to hunt outside of what's kind of allocated to them.
Yeah,
which
they're the
is
best.
really
They're good mouses. Cats are good. They're the best mouses.
And birds
Yes,
specifically
if we
in
didn't have
cities
cats-
and
So
stuff,
useful.
birds die way quicker because of cats.
And actually, Melon, don't be funny, say Stu. Now, there's lots of birds where I live. My cats have never managed to catch a healthy bird. They catch sickly birds because I've often seen
Right.
it happen.
Yeah.
It's I'm very, very worried about this whole thing of theirs. They want to kill off carnivores because in my mind that is sick. That is a really sick.
I think-
That makes
well, I think-
well, no, as the average meat.
I think carnivores already.
What?
Sorry, Sean. I'll let you. I'll let you. You haven't said a fucking sentence yet. Go on, Sean. Say
Yeah,
what you think.
I think the vegans are just trying to think ahead, like in a perfect world, in a perfect vegan world, that is what they would probably do. But I don't think it's physically possible, energy-wise, to do that, like regulate nature that strongly. Well, to be fair, in the future, if we do take over the whole planet and like run everything, it could be possible. But I don't see it.
If you knew where all the animals
So what
were.
about the lions? What,
Yeah.
Sean? What about the lions?
track of
'Cause I love lions, and if I was
Yeah.
in charge, I would feed humans to lions quite happily. So what about the lions?
Like the
And,
Romans
like-
did to the Christians.
And you can't just
Well,
like
I
going back to
didn't
the
know.
ants thing, right? Like let's say we genetically modify ants to not be predators. Okay, a big reason why ants choose the habitats and stuff they do has to do with competition with other species who go for the same thing. That gives them opportunities that are specific to ants for that kind of food. And now they're no longer going to be optimized to operate in the ecosystem. Now you have to genetically modify the thing again, which are more variables that can go wrong. The whole thing spirals out of control because Mother Nature is not meant to be handled that way. The humans go wrong when we think we are superior to nature, and that
we're not.
nature needs to bend
But-
to our will.
No,
I think
we
our
are
boss
nature.
has-
We are part of nature,
No, we're not.
and
We just
nature
changed ourselves
has
from
made
it.
us superior.
to think we've ruined
I
nature
disagree,
by interfering
because
with it too much.
I
Just let it
disagree.
be.
We've alienated ourselves from nature.
I've
Like I
just
said-
realised I love lions, and I would fight for a lion to the death, and I
Yeah.
would. So I
Even
will
more
never.
than, what
ever.
about tigers?
Oh yeah, I love tigers too, but lions.
All the
I
cat,
adore.
the whole cat world. Tigers, lynxes,
I love
pumas.
all cats. Yeah, I adore cats.
Yeah.
So I will never agree with what they're planning because I love cats, and
I like dogs as well, though. Dogs are equally as
Yeah, but I just
useful,
love cats. Yes,
lovable.
and I love lions. I tell you, Ricardo, if I had a lion in my life,
Why don't
I'd
you-
be the happiest woman in the world.
Why don't you could help set up a cat sanctuary, or just
I
maybe
want
work
to
for one.
here. I want to here. Unfortunately,
Africa or
there's
wherever.
one already. That's called. I help out and I give them money and things.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and I look after stray. I look after stray animals that come here, and what have you.
Of course.
Also,
my
here's
mum,
an interesting-
I've already got
my mum-
7 of my
my
own.
mum used to do. Yeah, my mum used to do the same thing, and when she was living in Kuwait, in the Middle East, because
I
the
know Kuwait. I had a friend live there.
because they really don't care about animals there. There's no RSPCA. They
Yeah,
just took,
I know.
they just throw the cats and dogs out in the street when they don't.
Yeah, no, same Bahrain. Yeah.
And so my mum used to go around rescuing them, and at one
Yeah.
point she had 21 cats. She wanted everyone
Oh,
to know 21 cats in her flat, and it was like, yeah. But obviously, a few of them died, and she's down to 1 now. She had 2 a few months ago. Now she's only got 1. So she did her best anyway. She
Yeah.
loves the animals more than anything. She's a strict
I do.
vegetarian like me.
yeah.
So, folks, here's something else to consider, by the way, right? If you get rid of meat eating in ecosystems, and this just occurred to me, predation of that form is the #1 way that nitrogen is returned to the soil. Because animals poop, microorganisms
Yeah,
eat it, and
exactly.
the soil microbiome benefits. If you get rid of that, no amount of infrastructure that you can engineer will replace what that does for us, and that tends to be true for everything that we call ecosystem services. Flood protection is a good example of that. A lot of ecosystems along riverbanks protect from floods. They're often called floodplains. When you destroy them, the amount of infrastructure you destroyed, even from a monetary perspective, but not just that, is far more valuable than any infrastructure you could put in there. So you could spend billions of dollars replacing that floodplain architecture, and it won't do the same thing as that ecosystem. Not by a long shot. What Mother Nature provides to us is so intrinsically valuable that for us to even mess with it, I think, is the ultimate rights violation.
But we have been
that's
messing
why
with
I
it.
want to put it.
We've been raping and stealing thieving from nature for such a long time.
That's why we need to balance the force. I mean, I in the future, I wish that we
left.
Yeah, I mean, we are heading into a 6 mass extinction. We're sending wild animals to extinction at record rate right now. So even if we just try to like,
so it's a
yeah,
bit
and it
nuanced.
obviously. Say again.
You're sort of right. It's a bit nuanced if you want me to point out where that sort of falls apart.
Sure.
You're talking about extinction, wild species extinctions.
Yeah, no, and I do agree that there are mass die-offs happening. It tends to target specialist species. Those are species that are very much intertwined with their habitat and like their certain way of eating and stuff like that, as opposed to generalist species who tend to be able to exist in multiple habitats on multiple diets.
Yeah, and a lot of them are probably in the tropics, the jungles.
Versatile diet, versatile eaters.
Oftentimes, the generalists will migrate or just repopulate in another place where it suits them. That's away from the changing climate. Because, for example, it's going to get hotter. Like the subtropical boundary is going to go north here in North America, so it's going to get hotter north more often. But that's just going to push species north. The specialist species are the ones that are going to have the hardest time adapting to the new ecosystems that they would try to move to.
Yeah, so we fucked it up. Humans, we're changing the world, so we have to fix it up. It's our responsibility. We
made
fucked
the
it up.
mess. We got to clean it up. Yeah, I agree with that. Nobody else is going.
I think our two biggest mistakes, and to be clear, for the time they were for the better, but now we've let it go too far. Was agriculture, and being able to insulate ourselves from nature such that we don't feel the feedback loop. The main way would actually be us being predated on by things like bears and stuff like that. We got so good at fending off nature that, you know, we're no longer truly connected to it.
Well, maybe the aliens are going to come and predate us. You never know. They probably might have already done.
Yeah, I'm not going to put my hopes up in that.
So do you think alien civilizations have done this to themselves all over the universe? Destroyed themselves? Probably.
That depends on how long the universe has existed, and I don't have an answer for that.
That's a bit of a far-out question, man.
Yeah. I like to be cosmic about things, but like I also believe that if aliens ever did come here, they would have expended so much time and energy getting here. They'd care more about the resources that they probably came here for than the sub-intelligent life compared to them that would be relatively unremarkable to what they've accomplished. So I don't think aliens have ever visited us. That's
also, the whole
as far as
industry of aliens is going to collapse if we say that. There's a whole industry of aliens out there, and it's going to lose a lot of jobs.
My own take.
Alien believers. Fuck that. We're the aliens.
I can't say for certain that we're the most advanced, you know, whatever in the universe. I do think we're statistically rare enough that it's unlikely that anything is currently moving from one galaxy to the next within their lifespan.
Yeah, but you honestly think we're not being watched? Like we're not as a species?
Nah,
planet, we're not being
we're
watched
on our own. We've just been on a rock floating through space this whole time. Nothing other than our superstition to give us company.
Why are we so apparently so isolated from the rest of the universe?
The universe is so lonely.
Yeah, man.
Well, it's more like I don't think any of this happened with us in mind, right? So it just feels lonely because none of it was made for us. We just happened to pop into existence.
But we're the zenith of evolution. Humans are the peak.
But even evolution wasn't necessarily something the universe was made to happen. It just happened. And that spontaneity can feel rather cold.
I think evolution was all part of the plan. And we are evolving into a meta human, like a superhuman, if we want to. You know, not everyone can or will want to, but some, you know, will be advancing beyond human. Will be probably merging with the robots, the cyborgs.
I think that's too deterministic for me. I see it as like a choose your own adventure book, right? And we have a lot of paths evolutionary wise. Most of them lead to our own destruction, in my opinion. That's like my most Doomer take, but there are also paths
So you
where
think that we cannot become like desert dwellers? Like, let's say we fuck up the environment really bad. We will still be able to survive in the deserts and like nuclear power and shit, and like we'll genetically modify ourselves. No beautiful.
Riding on the backs of camels and drinking.
I'm under no illusion that the human species will literally wipe itself out to zero population. The humans will find a way to survive, for better or for worse. But like everything that we take for granted now will just like it will be like living on Mars, right? Like you'll have like anything that you want, you have to make, and that's going to be hell. That is the closest thing to hell that humans can probably create on Earth for ourselves.
We fucked up so many things on this planet. Like, do you know anything about Dubai? I just watched a documentary about it. Just how it's been. The whole thing is built on slavery, and they just take their passports away and treat the workers like shit. Well,
everything was built on slavery. Any successful nation had to do some dirty shit to get there, and that's why I don't take pride in like my nation or any of this stuff.
They've just built a crazy modern city in the middle of the desert, and it just doesn't. It's never going to work. Well, not long term.
I don't think that city worked out though. You're talking about like the kind of the monolithic type thing, right? I forget what it's called.
Dubai.
Yeah.
And the
the islands.
They had to build the tallest tower in the world, the Burj Khalifa, just for someone's ego to feel better. It's crazy.
Well, we're all kind of doing this for our ego. I mean, obviously, everybody's got an ego, but someone's got more than others.
Yeah.
Well, we probably wouldn't be motivated to do much of anything without an ego either.
We haven't all got towers named after us, have we? Like skyscrapers, like Trump has. We all wouldn't want one if we're honest.
And I think part of it
named after ourselves.
Part of it has to do with like the more that we as a species reckon with there not being an afterlife, just being reasonable about it, and most likely the thing. You kind of have to ask, like, well, is my life going to actually be for something, or will it have been for nothing? And of course, it wasn't for nothing, right? Like you've had relationships with people and stuff like that, and I wouldn't let anyone believe that, but I think there is a valid feeling of like I still want to leave a mark on this planet for the better, is how most people feel, and something that people will remember me by, and I think that's human.
I want to leave. I want to leave this place, this world, a better place than I found it.
I think that's physics-wise hard to do because we all have an impact, negative or positively, but we're always having an impact.
Personal. I mean, yeah, like looking after the planet, of course, not wrecking it or causing any ecological damage, but mostly looking after the people. Because the people are. Do you imagine if all the people for a minute were healed of all their sicknesses and everybody was just healthy and happy? What an amazing world that could be.
It's entirely possible though that we may never find utopia, because the more that we make to try to solve problems, the more problems that creates.
But we can strive for the right directions and things, and I don't know.
So here's another. Speaking of different directions, here's another way I think we went wrong. Right? Is like with capitalism or any sort of society that has established itself, it then just runs with that idea. It doesn't stop and ask itself, "Hey, is this hypothesis for this social experiment still working, or has it proven itself false?" Because if you think about it, nobody was ever certain capitalism would work. Nobody was certain America would work. It was a hypothesis. It was, if we do this, people will be happy or free or just better as a nation. And I think, when you don't have criteria to say, okay, this is when this proves itself to be false, that's when you get into things like rabid nationalism and people who are too afraid to let go of their consumerism, because we don't have that, like our own way to say this social experiment has failed, let's do a new one. All that power has had time to concentrate because of us taking that notion of capitalism for granted, for example.
Yeah. But they failed us, you know. The system has failed everyone pretty much, and it even fails the people that often the work for it and rely on it the most. So it's not to be trusted. We should rely on ourselves more to survive into the future. And that
Yeah,
means
but I don't think it's always the private companies that are causing the problems. It's also the governments of the world. I mean, a lot of the fossil fuel companies in the world are run by governments. Governments want growth as well. So it's not only private companies that want growth and economic growth.
Well, government, usually elected officials in a democracy, a representative democracy, want to be reelected. So they want their constituents to think that there's somebody worth reelecting. If
we're not.
That's even
They're all
possible.
faking it, and we're not. It's not a fucking democracy. Nobody lives in a.
There is an
true
extent
democracy.
to where like the DNC kind of short circuits that. I'll admit that there's nuance, but I'd say overall, what does end up corrupting politicians is actually when there's dark money or corporate money involved with their campaign or their term in office. Things like getting invited to really richy dinners and stuff where you get gift baskets, stuff like that. Like obviously not direct cash donations, but also could very much be an incentive to support that lobbyist group's end goals at the end of the day, so you can be invited back.
It's power ultimately. The power is at the root of their corruption and greed. So,
and I don't think the law. I think the laws of nature is just like that. It's like nature's kind of corrupted.
Disincentivize. If we can sorry, Sean, but I'm going to roll here. If we can disincentivize those bad things, those traits, those negative, what do you want to call them? I don't like the word sin. I prefer the word vice. So if we could just crack down on the vice, the human vices, then
Temptation's another good one.
Automatically.
Temptation's another good word.
Temptation, yeah. There's many temptations in life. Some good ones leading to good ends, and some leading to very bad ends. You got to decide for yourself which is which.
Yeah, I think humans collectively can handle some power, which is good because we will have to reconcile with some power existing in society. But individually, nobody can handle power. In fact, it just goes to our head. So I wouldn't even say absolute power corrupts absolutely. Individual power corrupts absolutely.
We have power. Everybody's got power. It's just different levels.
Well, individual power corrupts individually, but that's bad enough.
Sure.
It's bad. One person is bad enough corrupted.
And if we had a society where with more power came more responsibility, like automatically even, then maybe what I would say wouldn't be as true. But we don't. We have the opposite, right? The more power you have, the less you have to pay attention to the consequences of how you use it, the less accountable you're held for things, and the more you can just buy your way out of any problem.
Yeah, the more they're protected by the system and the lawyers and everything.
It's a perverse incentive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you remember, revolutions can fail. Radical changes can fail too. Humans have done radical changes. I think communism was trying to be a utopia and it failed. I think it was just the human corruption in it.
Well, not all communism failed, and the bigger examples of communism failed actually because they tend to embrace Lysenkoism, which was really stupid because that's just based on that is a debunked evolutionary theory called Lamarckianism.
Where they were not
in terms
growing
of revolutions.
Good.
I would agree with you that like a large sweeping revolution that changes everything overnight would do that. What I think would be more revolutionary than that at this point, and would also deal with that, is having kind of pop-up communities that operate outside of the system as if the system doesn't even exist, are sustainable internally and actually follow a few different criteria I don't want to get into at the moment, but most importantly are willing to dissolve or re-strategize if the hypothesis they're founded on is the hypothesis that they are founded on shows itself to be false.
You're talking about anarcho-syndicalism or anarcho...
anarcho-communism more than anything, because I'm actually a social ecologist under the Bookchin branch of thinking.
Right.
If you know much about that, so it's really like it's really eco-communitarianism of the anarcho-communist branch.
Okay.
And
Sounds
communist to me just means owning the means of production, right? Like it's not like something that needs to lead to mass starvation.
Right.
But you could still have trade and like stuff like that.
I think trade needs to be looked at as its own community that needs to sustain itself under its own hypothesis. So if you have a rail network, it needs to be its own community of people. They need to be able to sustain themselves across that network, and it needs to be able to do so independently of any of the other communities.
Yeah, the railway people.
Wait, no. Why can't we have trade though? What?
No, I'm saying we can't have trade, but it still needs to follow the same format as all the other communities. It needs to be
How
its
about
own
tax?
community.
Would anyone be taxed in your utopia?
Well, that's the thing. That's something that could be a part of your hypothesis. If we tax people, we can then do X, Y, and Z, and this will be better. And then you can have the null hypothesis and failure conditions that would, if the null hypothesis is proven true or the failure conditions reveal themselves, then you have to re-examine things.
Yeah, there would have to be a fair tax system in my utopia, so everyone gets taxed the same regardless of how much.
And to be clear, like this can't be regressive along humanistic lines, right? Like we're not going back to points where torture or rape or murder are okay. There will be certain lines in the sand that have to be drawn for the sake of humanity and decency.
Yeah, what do you think about population control? How would we control our populations?
I think we naturally do that by being a cognitive species that decides when the right time to have a child is. And the more
that doesn't necessarily is the case right now, though. Humans are overpopulating the planet right now, so could we do it in an ethical way?
That's
saying
because of our
in the
industry.
future.
We're not so populated that if we didn't have overskilled industry that the planet would collapse under our weight. It's how we try to support our own existence that makes us quote unquote overpopulated, for one thing.
Some people just have too many babies anyway. They have too many children.
That was more true in agrarian culture, and you see that more in poor societies because many hands make lighter work. But the reality of it is when you have a society where everything isn't based around labor. And for example, the ecology around you can do most of the work because Mother Nature already does that stuff. Then you can focus on people having children when it feels like there's enough abundance in their life and they have enough space in their home, and it's not going to drag down their entire community as well.
Yeah, but obviously there's limits to growth. You know the book Limits to Growth.
Of course.
Hello, Ricardo.
And that's where we can talk about carrying capacities of communities based on the infrastructure they can provide, and when it's time for communities to split off and form new ones.
I'm having.
Well, no. Once there's a limit to how much the population can split off, obviously.
Well, again, I don't think humans ourselves are what overpopulates the planet. I think it's the infrastructure and life support we create for ourselves.
No, even if hypothetically there was.
You're just saying like if humans infinitely grew, at some point we have to reach a limit.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, yeah, I'm not denying that. I think, again, humans would naturally modulate our population based on how feasible it is to raise a child, and that would be reflected in what the community can provide, which would be an ecological function, so people would only have children when it fits the carrying capacity of the. And
I think that's what the Chinese did. I think a lot of them, the one-child policy was about that.
Different. It's so much different than what I'm saying. I'm saying the mother, the person who decides if that child stays inside of her or not, is the one who decides when it's the right time to have the child or not. Plain and simple.
Well, I was talking about the one-child policy. I wasn't talking about.
Well, you said
abortion.
it's kind of like that, and I said no, it's not. It's entirely different.
No, I'm talking about why the government applied the one-child policies is for environmental carrying capacity reasons.
Well, no, that was the cop-out reason. The real reason is because China had
Oh.
overexploited its industry, and
Hello, baby.
urban density had gotten to a critical point where they couldn't logistically support
Hey,
the people
Spec
anymore.
Man.
So it was
What's up, Spec
easier
Man?
for them. It was easier for them to just kill people. Well,
Respect,
not
man.
kill, but it was easier for them to do population control
So
than
beautiful,
actually make any
ginger
real
one.
public policy that would
Pretty.
scale back the issue of industry.
Thanks.
I couldn't hear you there, Melanie. Sorry. Could you say the industry stuff?
is all very
again?
intellectual.
We are
It's still
trying
very
to have a back and
intellectual.
hey guys, we are trying to have a back and forth. I'll try to wrap this up quickly so you guys can have your moment, but like, can we at
Thank
least
you.
finish, please?
Go on, you super intellectuals. Go
Thanks.
for it.
Yeah, so I think China used the one child policy to cover up and carrying capacity to cover up the fact that the real mistake it had made was letting urban density, economic slavery, and urban sprawl get out of control, and they logistically couldn't support the population of the people anymore without hurting their global economic trade. So they favored global economic trade over the people and favored population control, which is great if you have no ethics.
Well, no, they probably had other reasons too. It wasn't only that; it was environmental as well, probably.
Plenty of China still has plenty of environmental resources left. They just don't want to invest the money into getting people integrated like that. They'd rather invest money into building high rises that put more slave workers into urbanly dense places near factories so they can have more global economic trade. You realize that like most of China is like a forest, right?
I know that they're trying to replant their desert there, the Gobi Desert or something. But no, they still have deforested a lot of their land. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a lot of polluted
a
areas.
tiny fraction compared to how much land they actually have. Like, this is what you have to realize. We do impacts. We do extreme impacts on ecosystems, but relative to the space overall, desertification does way worse, and China is kind of in a ecological sweet spot in the temperate zone where it's harder to have desertification, like in the tropical areas, for example.
Yeah, I know there was a documentary about how they were rewilding this place in China.
Yeah,
that's
all PR. Honestly, the stuff that China puts out is PR. Like I said, the one child policy.
Everything China puts out is PR.
The one child policy, China could have dealt with that by reducing global economic trade and focusing more on civil infrastructure so they could support their incredibly dense slave worker population. But that would run in the face of all the money that the government was making from global economic trade, and so therefore they favored something that put the burden on the people rather than the actual government or corporations.
But we also have to realize that China is literally the only place that has a millionaire city, where everybody who lives in that city, from the janitor to the street sweeper, is all a millionaire. It's the only place in the world.
That can't be real. That's fake news.
Oh no, I'm not surprised. That's just class warfare, condensed.
It's literally real, and they've got the second tallest building in China. The only
How could you be a janitor and be a millionaire?
Well, when you say millionaire city, you mean that it's only there for the millionaires and the people who work for them.
No, those people were farmers 70 years ago, and now every single one of them is a millionaire.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so I thought you were saying that the janitors and farmers are millionaire. Obviously
yeah,
not.
every single one of them is a millionaire.
So
yeah,
to be clear,
they became richer by not farming.
Do you want me to give you the name of the village?
No, it's fine. My question would be, so there's still like sprawl and there's still like lower income neighborhoods, but the people who were originally a part of the city are the ones who are millionaires now, is what you're saying?
No, every single person in the village is a millionaire.
Even the janitor.
Is it a city? Like, is it a developed city?
The janitor lives in exactly the same 4-bedroom, 2-garage house with the brand new car as the guy who makes the cars.
And is that typical in China?
Nope.
Okay.
It's not typical anywhere, but China is the only nation that has managed to achieve that, and they did it through communism.
Fake news.
I mean, again,
No,
this
man,
sounds
it's
more like class
capitalism.
warfare,
The Chinese.
and communism is supposed to remove the ways that class warfare is used against the people, or at least some of the ways. So I'm a little skeptical.
The Chinese,
the Chinese
used
government hates it.
capitalism
It's
in the
called something
70s.
like Huangshan Village. It gets like 5 million visitors every single year. The Chinese government absolutely hates them because they make the Chinese government look bad. And the Chinese government is not communist, it's capitalist. They
Right.
just use that. Yeah, these people are communist. If one guy makes a buck, everybody makes a buck.
Well, yeah,
It's-
that's
yeah.
distribution of wealth, which is approaching communism. It's more socialist, but yeah, I agree.
Anyway, the reason
the
I came on
solution is-
because between you and Sean earlier,
Jesus.
you were both doing a really good job of defending Spec, my little project. You were like, yeah, because wealth needs to be shared better in communities, and they need to be smaller, and communities need to have more responsibility for their own output. I swear to God, you guys were like, I'm not like, these guys are advertising Spec. That's the only reason that I came on.
Oh, okay. So you've got a project you're working on.
I think
Cool.
actually all of us that enjoy these forums are actually all working on the exact same project. I think
More or less.
we're all looking for a way for humanity to go forward over the next, say, 200 years, because at the moment there's not really a clear picture how we can go forward without causing the least amount of damage to each other and the environment.
Yeah, humanism in general is kind of what I see us all pointing at.
Yeah, so that's good. We're all humanists. So that's a good starting point, because most of us can't agree on most things, but we can all agree that we need to find a better way forward for humanity.
So, Spec, I just wanted to put this out there. I am working on a free school that is meant to bring free education to people on how to basically design ecosystems as green infrastructure. And the point of it being a free school is, of course, that you can learn all of it for absolutely free. And I'm also hoping to build a community around it. If you're interested, I can let you know when I start the Discord. And one of the cool things is that you will actually be able to earn merit type badges that show what you've learned in a way that would actually mean something, because you have to do the project to get the badge.
Sounds cool to me. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
If you
Keep
might
on
need
dreaming in the free world.
If you might need somebody to help you with lesson material, there might be a couple of things that I picked up when I did my permaculture courses that might help.
Oh, cool. Definitely, if you have any like PDF type material or anything, I'd be willing to consider it, especially if it's already open source. If you want to like teach and stuff, like everybody who joins is going to have to go through the merit system themselves. So you have what's essentially the expert badge. So if you focus mainly on like freshwater ecosystems, right, you can earn an expert badge in that. And then anyone who has problems to do with freshwater components of their ecosystems can go to you.
That makes perfect sense. That makes absolutely perfect sense.
Dude, AI can do all that nowadays. Just ask the AI for everything.
Yeah, but can you rely on it? Because sometimes it'll just tell you what you want to hear.
Can I tell you a little story about AI, please?
And
if
also,
I may just have 30 seconds on the mic. Sorry to interject, but there's a fantastic AI hallucination about a guy called Sir John Backflip, who was the Queen's most favored knight. And he was the first person in, I think, 1100 to do a fully formed reverse somersault from standing on the floor. And the backflip is actually named after him, Sir John Backflip. It has nothing to do, it's totally coincidental with it being a reverse somersault.
That's good.
That was from Google's AI. I love that one.
I think
Nice.
at the end of the day, for ordinary people like us, the contact that we have to our fellow human beings is much more important than the contact that we have with our personal AI assistant. I do understand that it's a good tool. It works well, but in the end, it's going to be humans coexisting with humans that is going to make the planet a better place, and not humans interacting with AI.
What about robots?
So
we already do interact with robots. If any of us bought a car that that is less than 20 years old, then we've all interacted with robots. So,
But like, do you think the robots will become like really human-like? They'll be like really good at moving and
well, of
slaves for
course, we
us.
love seeing our reflection in things.
I think the humans
yeah,
are becoming robot-like.
didn't the Sumerians write it in the Bible when they came up with the story of Adam and Eve? And Eve eats the so-called apple, and the serpent says, "Eat from the tree of knowledge, and you will become as God." We love to make things in our own image.
Like spirituality.
What God is man-made. God is man.
Oh, okay, let's not get into this. We're on the topic of technology. Like, I don't think technology is bad, right? Like, we still don't have fully sustainable ways to make it, and that's an issue we have to get through. But automation is something that you can do a lot more if you can automate something versus if you need manual labor to do it all.
I have to say it. Yes, have to say it.
Sorry, Chickpea, if you're talking to someone else, it's coming through, just so you know.
Yeah, I happen to think that humanity's not going to make it past the next 10,000 years without the help of technology, and we're going to need to find a way to start collecting resources from outside our atmosphere, and eventually we're going to need to find a new sun, because our sun is going to stop working eventually. So we
Well,
need
that's what
technology.
Elon Musk is trying to do, but he's
that's only
failing
true.
at trying to go to Mars.
Yeah, and fuck Elon Musk, but that's only true if we can't recycle the stuff that we waste, right? And we just don't want to put the time and effort and money and energy into actually figuring that out.
Oh yeah,
It's much
no.
easier to just throw
I
shit
agree
out.
with you. I agree with you. We should all be very concerned about what I like to call cradle to grave products, which
Mhm.
means that you buy a product, it's made, you use the product, and then when you're finished with that product, it gets broken down to the smallest parts that we possibly can, and it gets reused. I believe that that's going to be very important for humanity going forward.
Yeah, actually, on the more personal project side of things, I have been working on finding ways to make ecosystems that can take any trash and then turn it into either a concentrated resource, like for minerals, or plants and food for
Are you
organics.
familiar? Are you familiar with the work of a guy called Paul Stamets?
Yeah, mushroom guy. My mycology is very aligned with what I do, but it's also one of the specific things where, say, I want to make like a biomaterial from mycelium. There's lots of options out there, or like chitosan is a really interesting material too.
I was coming at it from the point that mycelium seems to be able to turn almost anything into food. It can turn radioactive
Yeah.
material into food. It can turn
Slowly.
microplastics into food. It's got a lot of applications. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
magic of mushrooms.
that's an interesting study. The only problem with that is that it might be hard to have enough culture such that it can deal with our current load of plastics. Now, if we use less, then maybe at some point we can make an equilibrium where we can take care of it all with mycelium. At the moment, I think we just need to straight up incinerate anything that isn't organic and then deal with it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Well, no, we
I
should
agree with
bury
you.
oil.
Did you know
Don't burn it.
that Denmark and Norway actually buys the rubbish from the UK so that they can burn it in
Fuel.
their hybrid reactors and
Yep.
turn it into electricity.
That goes on in all sorts of ways all over the place. Ontario's dealing with landfill issues because they don't know what to do with our trash here. And
Do you
yeah,
guys mind if I just this isn't gonna? I'm sorry, I was trying to wait for a slowing down point because I hate to
and can I
interrupt
just,
people, but
before you do
trying
that,
to get
since
out
you're
the
asking,
door.
can I just stipulate one thing? When I say incinerate, I mean capturing all of the exhaust, all of the ashes and everything, and then putting that back into a system which can, capture it. Like nothing goes to waste with the systems I'm making.
Sounds good in theory.
Yep. And I've spent
Just
15
really quick,
years trying to make it work.
Recycling is a mess. The world's recycling thing is a mess. We need to get it together because we all live on the same.
Absolutely.
Shoot,
Absolutely, you guys are right on
Go
with
ahead.
that. Just really quickly, want to clarify something that I said earlier that I need to clarify because it wasn't fair. When I was thinking that nobody's being intellectually honest, I was thinking about the current conversation that I was just listening to, where everybody was over talking each other and just hand waving away the arguments from the other person without really considering anything. And so,
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'm not gonna say who was
exactly.
doing what. But I made a statement that like nobody here is ever intellectually honest, and I didn't mean to overstate that, because I do think that there are people who come here to be sincere, and I should not have said it like that because that's really
It's fine.
inconsiderate to the people who actually do try to come here and have intellectually honest conversations, and I do think that does happen. So I just wanted to get it on the record here on this show that I shouldn't have said that. I overstated that, and I apologize if anybody was offended by that, because I know there are intellectually honest people that come here and sincere people who come here all the time. So that's all I wanted to do, just really quick, get that on record. Thank you for letting me interrupt you guys.
That's cool, man.
I never would have forgiven you had you not.
We're not all argumentative.
I was actually about to write a whole book on that one comment from Objective, but now that's it. I'm gonna have to join your school, Melina, because now I've got nothing to write about.
Yeah, I think another problem you can say humanity did was like making anything that we didn't know how to recycle.
Well, I heard
I
there's
think
fungi
it was
and bacteria.
easier. I think it
Sorry.
was easier when we were cavemen and we only worked with organic compounds. But now that we've moved into the realm of composite materials, and we need to get smarter about how we recycle. 100% sure. But I know that this is the point. I know we can do it. One of the reasons that we haven't done it is because there is no financial incentive really to do it.
To do the research, there's not enough research that shows it would be financially viable, which it probably would be. The only problem with using mycelium is you would want very large vats that have something called a high residence time, which because it does take a long time, especially for thicker plastics, to get through there. And so this is why I think it comes down to whether or not you want to deal with the amount of plastics we have right now, or if you want a solution for a sustainable amount of plastics. I think the mycelium solution is good for when you're only making so many plastics that it wouldn't take, as much space as we currently have allocated to agriculture just to do that sort of treatment process.
Yeah, back in the day, I came up with this concept that I later on found out that it wouldn't work in the real world. Remember when they were complaining about the poor polar bears having to swim longer and longer distances? I thought, why don't we take all of that plastic that's in the sea, turn it into big white reflective blocks, and literally build it around the North Pole? I thought, and that way it would reflect the sunlight back. It would, it might, they might even freeze into place. But
reverse global
apparently,
warming, maybe.
Yeah, but apparently we haven't found a way to create a plastic or a material that doesn't dissolve in UV and sunlight. So basically, all you would be doing was be kind of like delaying the inevitable, because those big plastic blocks, even though they would reflect sunlight, they would get eaten by the UV and the salt water and end up at the bottom of the sea anyway. So
even there are UV resistant plastics actually, but even with that, reflecting the sunlight at the poles is very ineffective. And albedo is not the only driver of climate change. So just simply increasing albedo while there's still greenhouse gases is just going to bounce more light between the atmosphere, if anything.
Well, there's people now trying to spray. They're going to try and spray the atmosphere with aerosols to cool down the Earth. I think it's like sulfur.
Ooh,
with
that
like
only works
thousands
locally.
of airplanes.
That won't actually cool down the whole Earth. You can maybe cool down a column of air that's a few kilometers wide, so that way you cause more precipitation, but you can't affect global climate cycles that way.
No, they're trying to mimic volcanoes, so they'll
Right, I
fly
gotcha.
really up in the sky with huge jets, like thousands of jets flying in the sky, and they'll spray the sulfur in the high atmosphere, and it'll cool down the Earth. It'll be like
you do know
volcanoes.
that mega volcanoes kill lots and lots of fauna. Plants like sunlight, plants like radiation, plants like all of these things that us humans are worried about now. If
No,
we
but
had
we're talking about trying to solve climate change, which is going to affect our lives. So
Yeah, that's not going to
this is
work because there's
extreme
only so much
solution now.
humidity in the atmosphere. The sulfur dioxide is for nucleation of rain droplets. And once you use up all the humidity that's already in the atmosphere, then you can't make any more clouds, right? So again, you cannot cool the entire globe with that method.
Yeah, humanity already knows what it has to do to solve its part in global warming. It has to have cradle to grave industries where every single part of anything that you buy goes back and gets processed and gets broken down into its smallest pieces. We know this. You know, it's kind of like we're always worried about water. Apparently, only 1% of all of the water on the planet Earth is drinkable or portable, as they call it. That we humans that we can drink it at any one point. And that 1%, we need to share that with every other living thing on the planet, from microbes all the way up to elephants. Yeah. But most of the water that is used on the planet Earth every day is used in industrial processes.
Well, no, most of the water that we use is for agriculture. Most of the water the Western world uses for agriculture, and most of that is for animal agriculture.
I want to address cougar. I don't know specifically what you mean by AME, so maybe I haven't heard of it. But I do know quite a bit about what has been proposed for ways to, control the climate and stuff like that. And almost everything points to it being an energy budget issue, right? Like you can't force more water into the atmosphere without warming it, ironically. And so even if there is a program that would aim to do that, you would just run out of water in the atmosphere to condense into clouds. There's only so much humidity. And the amount
So
of
you're talking about
that's currently
sulfur cooling
and
down
also-
the Earth stuff. What was
Consider
the
this,
thing?
right?
Sorry.
Clouds are more than 100% atmospheric relative humidity, right? So when you think of 100% humidity, that's not even the entirety of the air being liquid. A cloud is as if you displace all that air in a tiny space with liquid. And so all the humidity in the atmosphere right now, if you condense that into a cloud, probably wouldn't even cover the United States of America.
So what can we do?
We can stop being idiots who keep making the same mistakes while expecting different results as a species.
Yeah, but it's not everyone in the species
Right,
is
guys.
doing it. It's
I
only
know,
the
but
so-called
we need to
specialists.
stop letting the ones in our species who are doing that from doing that.
We do. Yep, I agree. So how do we do that? How are we going to do that?
Somebody's going to have to be the villain.
Yeah. The polluters.
Well,
Of
my
course.
mum always said that
Polluters.
education was the key to success.
I'll see that.
And that is one way. If we can keep AI honest, which is going to be hard, because very, very rich people own these AI machines, even though there's quite a few ordinary people that are creating their own AI systems now. If we can at least be honest about how we are breaking the planet and how we're not, we can come to a consensus, but at the moment it's really difficult to find out the exact path that we need to take out of this overpolluting everything.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Okay, so I guess I'll just address Cougar. I mean, I did not mean to mess that up. But yeah, so aerosol masking effect, I have heard of that. I just forgot that that's specifically what it's called. That typically only, shields about 5% of the actual heat that hits the Earth. Because, mind you, not even all of the light is heat, right? Some of it is just light, and we're trying to make it so that way. We don't want it to bounce back in time. We don't want it to keep bouncing back and get absorbed by something to which it can become black body radiation or heat.
Apparently, we only need to get rid of the red spectrum of light because that's the one that carries the heating up.
No, it'd be the opposite. Blue light carries more energy, so when it gets absorbed, it leads to more black body radiation.
Cool.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe a bit like a blue flame being hotter than a red flame.
That's different.
Oh.
That has to do with oxidation.
Yeah. Well, I saw the connection. Anyway.
So,
I'm not
Melanie,
really a scientist.
what do you think about the thing that they call the sunglasses? That you go a million kilometers out and you build a massive parasol that in between, Earth and the sun.
We'd probably do more damage to our climate trying to make that than we'd mitigate. I haven't done the math on it or considered it that deeply, but it's just one of those things where it would take way more out of us. And if we put those same resources into solutions here on Earth, then we could probably do a lot more.
I'm of the opinion that we should hold off on most of these things until we actually can harvest the materials to build the things that we're going to build in space.
Also, like if you go through an ice age and that thing is still there, it's going to be a much worse ice age than what you would want. So
yeah, but I mean, if it's made of these, because they're experimenting with these extremely things that have extremely strong bonds, these micro nettings or nano netting and,
metallic organic frameworks, MOFs, for example.
Yeah, they are experimenting with that. So who knows? In the future, we might be able to do it, and because it would be collapsible if
would it
if we had, say, like an earthquake or something, that we could just collapse it up and let the Earth's own natural cooling systems take over.
I didn't quite follow that last part, I'm not going to lie.
If we put a massive parasol out there 1 million miles out and it's made of a collapsible nanomaterial, yeah? If we had an earthquake or something, that would be devastating because now we're blocking the sunlight out twice, which is no good because everything that's alive on this planet needs sun in some form or another.
How is the earthquake blocking light?
Earthquakes block lights when they throw out all of that debris.
Yeah, but they're too brief to, like the volcano is the better example.
Yeah. Okay, a volcano is a better example. You're right, but that way, if we had if we were blocking out sunlight, that we would need to be able to collapse that because there's natural things that happen here on Earth that diminish the amount of sunlight that we receive as well. So it's very complicated. I think that we need a much better understanding of the complete ecosystem.
Yeah, that's at least the baseline because almost everything we've done has destroyed an ecosystem.
It's so true, and I believe that if we did have a much better understanding of the ecosystem, there would be so many shortcuts that we could take that are less environmentally damaging to achieve exactly the same things,
And just like kind of going back to the organometallic frameworks thing, I think that there's a whole industry to develop around, you know, plastic alternatives that aren't just, you know, made from natural sources instead of petrochemicals, but also break down properly. And you know, we got to be able, like, what we can achieve now technologically, we do want to preserve that, because then we can come up with solutions to problems much more quickly than we could before.
You have seen the new things that hold the beer cans together. They're completely biodegradable, or in some cases even completely made of paper. My supermarket has stopped plastic bags altogether. They don't do
more
so
the harder
there are
plastics
small,
to
tiny little things going on.
for sure.
Yeah.
But the harder ones to deal with are like things for like seals or lubricants and high performance applications like high temperature or high pressure, right? Those are the things that require very specific engineering. And oftentimes when you're working with novel materials that aren't, like, petrochemicals just happen to be well suited to all those things. Most of the things that we're going to try to substitute with petrochemicals will not have that universal adaptability. And so it's going to be a lot harder for us to come up with things that can do these niche performance applications to the same spec. And
I agree with you. When we discovered oil, and I think it was inevitable that we would discover oil, there was this abundant material that has so many applications, and to a certain degree it has improved every single human being on the planet's life in one way. They use it for cleaner water, for piping water out. They use it for more efficient sewage systems. We've got more efficient windows in. I mean, it's done us a lot of good. The only trouble
yeah, it's
now
the backbone of our industry.
yeah, we now need to find a way so that we can successfully completely recycle it, and I think we'll be golden.
Yeah. And like a lot of things, like you pointed out, wastewater treatment for sewage systems. There are solutions that Mother Nature already applies. There are wetland wastewater treatments that have already been done out there. There's one even in my city. And the only reason we don't do that is because we're kind of afraid of the stochasticity of nature. And what I mean by that is the fact that if you're not aware of all the variables that are going on, something can go wrong and it'll feel like chaos. Like you have no idea where it came from.
My dad, for example, he completely distrusts wet wasteland. One of the most biodiverse habitats that we know is the swamp, right?
Yeah.
But people hate swamps because they're full of mosquitoes, and mosquitoes are the ultimate predator and have to be eradicated from the universe. Yeah,
they're a parasite, but yeah.
Yeah, that ultimate predator, the mosquito, feeds the other ultimate predators, which are the amphibians. So
And
of
fish.
course we have to get rid of the amphibians, and then there's the things that predate on the amphibians. You see what I mean? So I just thought I'd bring back earlier conversation.
Yeah.
If we get rid of all predators, all problems will be instantly solved because we will completely break abiogenesis.
And get this, right? Like your father's, like, or that wasn't just your father. The people's concerns about mosquitoes are valid, but there's also something called biological pest control, which is one of the ecosystem services that ecosystems naturally provide, which is by having those predators like fish in the water, guess what they do? They eat the mosquito larvae and they reduce their population far more efficiently, by the way, than predators in the air.
I mean, I agree with you. And like I said, the more that we begin to understand how the building blocks of life managed to get through the first 4 billion years without any human interaction whatsoever, the more we understand that process, the more in tune that humanity will become with that process. And I believe that it's going to have lots of benefits and lots of applications.
Well, yeah, and I think a lot of it will be like just the idea of, you know, the wastewater treatment plant that's made out of brutalistic concrete that's just going to be foreign to us. Like, why would you have that when, you know, the wetland in my backyard already does that for our entire community?
And
It'll
that
be like one of
reminds
those
me,
things where
that
the
reminds me of something. In the UK, back in the days
Mhm.
when the church was in control and we had lots of monasteries, cloisters, and every single one of those monasteries had a pond. They had a pond, and they would literally build them. And it's estimated that the UK had over 20,000 major ponds. And in the modern world, we've destroyed, there's less than 100 of them left. And it's caused massive ecological damage.
Oh yeah. And just even think about like in the savannas, right? Like how the drinking ponds bring all the wildlife together. It's not, it goes way deeper than that. And no pun intended there. The pond is a riparian habitat, which means it's not just the water itself, it's everything around the water and the interface that creates of like wetter soil and all sorts of different plants that thrive there instead of in the woods or the grasslands around them. And so you're literally like, if you put a pond in a grassland, you're expanding the biodiversity multiple times, even though that's a much smaller amount of space than that grassland. And the ability to do that is one of those things that is almost counterintuitive when you understand ecology as a whole and like carrying capacity and stuff. But no, that's what you've done. Let's say you have 100 hectares, right? And 1 hectare is a pond. Well, now you can support 10 times the biodiversity in your savanna.
That's so true. When I first started getting into permaculture, I literally thought that it was a scam. You know, it was a good idea to
Well,
get people to.
can I
Well,
caveat this just for a second?
go
The
on.
scam part is the lifestyle part of it that you see on TikTok. That's like, oh, I'm so happy because I did permaculture, but all they're really doing is the path of least resistance, so they can post something on TikTok about it. And there's often like when I see people do anaerobic digesters, they just make the digester and then they're like really pissed off when it goes wrong because they're not thinking about that digester as part of their ecosystem. They're just
Yeah,
looking for
and
natural alternatives.
that's the entire problem, and that's why I'm loving your school idea. By the way,
Thank
you
you.
know, when I first started to get involved, I really honestly thought, well, here's a bunch of grifters. They're interesting, you know, and they're not really hurting anybody. If they want to pretend to be farmer, then let them. I mean, as long as they're happy, I'm happy, right? But as I got more and more involved in it, and then I was the only guy that could speak German, so they actually gave me a job, paid me money to speak German to the German people that used to use the place, our farm, as a campsite. And I began to get more and more into it. There's so much to be learned by us just slotting back into nature in the right way. You know, I learned quite a few things, you know. And even the Spanish guy, because we were doing a rent buy agreement, the Spanish guy who rented it, he tried to sell the farm as a, a golf course. He wanted to turn it into a golf course. Now, golf courses take massive amounts of water to keep those greens and that dry. So this quite rich people company came in, they started bulldozing the place, and thank God that the local community, because Spain's got shared water rights, you know. They've got a very complex law about how water works, especially down in the south, and how irrigation works, how you get 1 day a week to irrigate your stuff. And so basically the whole community ended up in arms and they stopped, but they'd bulldozed like 5 square kilometers of land to try and make it flat and get rid of all the rocks. So they did massive environmental damage on that line. And after that, the guy, he couldn't get rid of his property for love nor money, and he was living in the USA. So we offered to rent buy it from him. But basically, we had a massive space, and we tried to fix it, and unfortunately, collectively, we didn't have enough know-how to really do it right. We
That's
made
what
small, yeah, we made
that's
small things work, but
that's what grassroots organizing feels like. So don't feel bad.
yeah. And the Spanish government went in and first they decapitated us because we were making CBD, and it was quite a popular product, and there were quite a lot of horse people that were buying CBD from us, believe it or not. And horses can drink a lot of CBD. Apparently, it helps the light-colored horses, like the white ones, because they get lots of skin cancers. And apparently, if you put it on topically and they ingest it, it is supposed to help. But then the Spanish government came in and told us that we weren't allowed to produce our own CBD. They closed our business down, kind of. So they hurt us. And then the pandemic hit, and then nobody was allowed to come and visit our farm either. No more students. So yeah.
So, oh crap! There was something I was going to think about, and you took it in a different direction than I thought that was going to go. So now I don't have anything left to say.
Oh no.
You
I
found
mean,
my
I
kryptonite.
can be quite eclectic, and I can circle right back around. We were talking about how water can change the land. So now there was a deep gash cut into on the back of our farm, but officially it actually wasn't on the land that the guy owned. But we literally took volunteers and we started to build small little tiny walls in this cavern thing, because once a year it actually, when the big rains come, it would actually fill up for a day. So we completely slowed the water down in that little canyon, and it was amazing. It was the greenest place on the farm, even though we were actually doing drip feed irrigation into our own personal vegetable gardens, and that part of the farm was doing so much better than any other. And the guy who owned the land, one of that they've got a special massive goat that lives in the south of Spain, and they call it an ibex. They're extremely scary, and they're very big. And the guy said that it was the first time that he saw an ibex on his farm since he was a child.
Wow. Speaking of the water thing, that just reminded me that like even the experts are still learning more about how things work to this day. Like I think this was 2016 that a new theory on how rivers tend to evolve. Like you know how rivers when we're not messing with them, they actually tend to move over time. Well, there's actually like a certain healthy amount, and too much of that is bad and not enough is bad. And what rivers, it's something called stage 0 river restoration when you're actually using it to restore stuff. But we used to think that it was natural for rivers to be confined to a single channel, but it turns out what rivers naturally go to is something that's kind of like a mix of a river and a bunch of and a wetland almost. It basically breaks into a bunch of channels called anastomosing channels, and then comes back together periodically into an actual river, then breaks up again, and then does that. And I found a resource online on how to view satellite imagery and aerial photography from before what's available right now. And especially the aerial photography that goes back to like 1926, you can see how the city started controlling the river more and trying to force it into a single channel, which just deepens it and kind of ruins the whole ecology of a river.
That's exactly what permaculture says. Permaculture says that by stopping the river from sprawling, you're speeding up the time that it takes the water to get from the mountain to the sea. So not only are you hurting everything that used to live on the banks of the river, you're also actually hurting the sea, because now it's getting a much greater volume of fresh water than it used to.
Definitely. Yeah. And one of the other things is that that water carries a lot of energy. And so when you slow it down, it can't erode nearly as much as when it's a concentrated stream of that kinetic energy that it holds.
And that links into the fact that we finally bringing the beavers back to the UK. Somebody took their own initiative and went and released
Yeah, I
a
heard
load of
about that.
beavers without anybody's permission, and it almost completely stopped the people that were trying to do it with the right education, put them in the right areas. It almost destroyed those guys' work completely, but they managed to rally around, and they actually, it kind of helped because they went around and they grabbed the beavers that had been illegally released and then put them back onto proper beaver reserves. And beavers, if they're used as a resource, they can slow down water amazingly well. But
Yep.
you can't do what the Argentinians did, which was let a whole load of beavers loose. And now those beavers are just mass producing because they've got zero competition, and they're killing all of the trees, because the trees in that part of South America, in the trees in the UK, they grew up with the beavers, so they do what they call, they put shoots out down at the bottom of the tree.
Yeah.
The people used to coppice, and so the beavers, they'll naturally take those shoots that shoot out and leave the main tree alone. But in Argentina, the trees had never had to live with so they don't do that coppicing effect, and so they're causing massive amounts of destruction now. So when you work with nature, you better understand the whole picture or leave it alone.
And also just like what other organizations that are trying to achieve the same goals are doing. As you pointed out, there was already other people trying to release beavers in the UK. And like I have a couple of micro projects that I do around the city that definitely are not sanctioned or condoned by the city, but I heavily, gauge my impact beforehand. Some of them I'm not even doing yet because I'm still surveying the land and seeing what happens after it rains and snows and stuff, so I can be sure with my plan. But one of the things I have been looking into doing is something. Do you know what scuds are, by chance? They're little shrimp. You find them in fresh water. Here they're native.
Freshwater shrimp.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And scuds, they're also called side swimmers because they'll actually swim through the water upside down. It's really funny when they do it, actually. And I have a whole ecosystem-based tank here right in front of me that I built around some that the scuds that I've captured from the same thing. This is a really cool ecosystem, by the way. Sorry to break into this tangent, but it's like a drainage system for train tracks, but it's been there for like 100 years at least, based on that aerial photography thing again. And throughout the whole system, there are just scuds because they're just eating all the detritus that goes through there, right? It's actually kind of perfect for them with the way the water flows and everything, and a perfect grade too. But it just ends. It has like this terminal ending, and all they can do there is just like die and accumulate at that ending. So what I'm going to do, because this stream was what they ended up draining was part of something called the Mud Creek drainage basin. And drainage basins are just another way of saying when it rains, this is where all the water goes, on the surface at least. And so I'm going to, instead of it letting just like drain into the groundwater, I'm going to create a small channel that reconnects it to what is left of Mud Creek. So that way there can be shrimp in there again, which will help feed the fish that are in Mud Creek. And they're also really important benthic macroinvertebrates. They interact with the stuff at the bottom. And this is what I wanted to say earlier that I forgot. So with the anaerobic digester things, what most people don't realize is that the wetland itself is an anaerobic digester. And that makes people scared at first, because then you think of all the toxic gases and bubbling and all this stuff. But the way that the wetland handles it is by having a stable ecosystem. The amount of anaerobic digestion it does is balanced by aerobic digestion at the surface, which is supported by something called a robust benthic macroinvertebrate architecture. And these shrimp being a part of it, in fact, my whole ecosystem that I told you about that's on my desk here, that's what holds this thing together, is the fact that the soil in the water, it's first of all, it's full of different microbes. Like you can see that there's all these different colors and stuff like that. There's a lot of different metabolism going on in there. And I could get into like the iron oxidizing and reducers and all that. I'm not going to. But I think a lot of times when we make something like a wetland, we think top down. We don't think bottom up, from the soil up. And that's often where we go wrong from like a planning perspective.
But you can't blame us for that. I mean, I was your standard city boy. I was born in London, and I was totally amazed when somebody told me that the life that lives in the soil is the most important part of the soil. Now, I automatically assumed that the tree that lives in the soil is the most important part, you know, because it's the thing that gives me shade, it's the thing that gives me fruit, it's the thing. So that's the most important thing. And it took me to get all the way until the age of 22 before I actually learned that without the microbes that live in the soil that give the trees, that convert the sugars for the trees, none of it would be possible. And it changed my perspective on how the world works. And I've said it before in this program, when I first joined the permaculture group, I was a vegetarian. By the time I'd finished, I was not. I was heading towards veganism very slowly but surely. But after living for 2 years and working on a permaculture project, that all of that went straight out the window because my universe got bigger, if you see what I mean. I
Yeah.
saw how we went from single-celled organisms to multi-celled, and how each and every one of those layers built itself on top of each other to create an environment that more complex life could live in.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so it changed my world view, and it also changed my entire perspective on this sentience and being aware and consciousness. It changed my entire opinion on that as well.
And
But
you
it
learn
took a
to
long
value
time.
things that seem boring otherwise. Like,
Oh
for
yeah.
example, that drainage system on the train tracks, like it's clogged. It in certain places it's full of trash. Most people would just see something that they don't want to even think about because it's just boring infrastructure bullshit, right? I saw something, like, first of all, when I found the shrimp in there, I was so happy. But I saw something in there that could support life. And then I saw, like, well, some of these clogs are actually kind of beneficial because they're creating little pools that then go back into the soil, erode it, and then create all these little crevices that the shrimp can live in. So not all of these clogs, even though they're bad from an infrastructure perspective, are bad from an ecological perspective. The trash is. I'm going to remove that every time,
Yeah,
every chance I get.
we
But
had trouble. We had trouble with algae, because when we
yeah, that's a fun
started,
one.
yeah, when we started damming our little creek, we began to get trouble with algae because it would dry out and blah blah blah. And you know when things are beginning to go wrong, when things start smelling bad, you know that something's out of balance, right?
To an
So
extent, not all bad smells in
not
nature
not
are
yeah,
bad.
there's certain amounts, but we found out that guinea pigs would actually eat those algae. So if we went in, you know, with a little net occasionally and fished them all out, and we could chuck them in with our guinea pig stuff,
Just be
the guinea
careful because
pigs.
that could be toxic cyanobacteria if
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah,
blooms.
yeah. But the guinea pigs seemed to do extremely well on it, which was
Yeah.
really funny.
Well,
So
look at spirulina, right? Like that's something even we eat. One other way to remedy this that I don't see a lot of people trying, but I find it to be super interesting because we already do things where like we have like floating covers. Why not make a floating platform that you can grow plants out of as well, like aquaponics, and therefore the roots will also take. You're not only blocking the sun; the roots are taking the nutrients out of the water, so the algae can't get it.
Yeah, we tried that on our main big water tank, and we had a 60,000 liter water tank. It was a bad one because it was made out of concrete, and
Jeez.
and then it was covered in plastic. But the people that were trying to build the golf course, they put it in because they thought that they were going to be watering the grass. It was bad. So we tried to put floating plants in our main water tank.
Just to be clear, I'm not just saying floating plants. I mean that the platform would be kind of like its own terrestrial ecosystem, or maybe like a floating bog system.
The trouble with that was that the bees decided that they owned it. It was almost impossible to get to our water tank all of a sudden because the bees, they were like, wow, this is ours now.
I mean, I find if karma does exist in the universe, it's Mother Nature doling out the justice. Not saying you deserve the karma, but just maybe it's like a general.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's funny how you can do one tiny little thing, like create these floating gardens, and we wanted them to be pretty, so we put as many flowering plants as that we could in there, and it was absolutely pretty. But the bees instantly, they claimed it, and we were sitting in between the Spanish greenhouses, the ones that they make with the plastic roofs and that, and in fact, quite a few people lost some of their hives because they're like, we found a cool place to live.
Oh no.
And they all started moving into our farm. So in the end, we took the floating islands out.
Are the bees in the UK really that aggressive? Because like the bees here, even the yellow jackets, I find that like you can kind of you can pretty much work around them, and as long as you're careful about it, they won't sting you. They'll more just like try to avoid you.
This project was going on in the south of Spain.
Oh, in Spain, right? Okay.
Yeah,
my bad.
and the bees that were coming to us, they weren't wild bees. They were the bees that
Africanized.
Because the greenhouses there, they employ beekeepers, and they literally put their bees on the back of a truck, and they'll take them to individual greenhouses, then leave them there for a month, and then pack them back up, and then bring them to.
Ridiculous.
And so basically, we were kind of stealing their bees because they were like, I could be in this greenhouse, but I could also be on this massive flower island. So
so the issue was having to deal with your neighbors, if anything, not necessarily the bees.
Not necessarily the bees, but because it wasn't a natural reservoir, it was a concrete one, and that we had to maintain it as well.
Right.
Yeah, and on the really, really hot days, we would actually build like a parasol around one side of it to try to stop evaporation. And the bees, they did not like that. They considered that to be us encroaching on their territory.
Oh, they took offense.
Yeah, and they would get quite antsy about it. So we had to remove the island in the end because we had lots of students coming there, and somebody said, well, what if somebody's got anaphylactic shock? And I was kind of like, people, well, they know that, and they shouldn't go near the main water tank. And they're like, no, we can't have that. So
liability, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we created a habitat unwittingly, and we learned a lot from it. But like I said, you do one tiny thing and you can change everything in your local area.
Well, thank you, Panelverse. Yeah. Another thing that I've been dealing with is like pumping, how to pump the water without needing an actual mechanical pump. And the way that I always fall back on is to use bubbles. Just lift the water with some bubbles. Because you're using an air pump. but that's way less, like from an engineering perspective, that's way less intense than like a water pump.
What do you mean by blowing oxygen into the water?
So if you do it particularly in a vertical column, then you can bring the water up much higher than the water level itself. So you could, for example, pump water onto that floating platform to create circulation.
In theory, would that work with a ram pump system?
Yeah, pretty much any pump, anything that can pump air.
So basically, if you have, say, a windmill attached to a bellows, and when the wind's blowing, you allow that to just pump oxygen bubbles into the water. Are you saying that makes the water easier to move?
Yeah, you can create an upward pumping action along in the tube, and that would go above the water line, so you have a negative pressure head.
That's going to be in your school, right?
Yeah, it's not that complex. Have you ever heard of an under gravel filter? That already kind of does that, but that's more of an aquarium thing.
Yeah, I watch a program on YouTube called Ant Canada, and the guy was an ant enthusiast, and now he's got 5 tanks going on 6, and each of
all
the
of his
tanks,
ecosystems keep going through disasters. I wonder why.
and he is learning so much how to regulate and balance, and he was learning that his systems were too small, believe it or not.
Well,
there are some systems that you can be quite small, that will be self-regulating when you get, but as soon as you start introducing more biomass and other forms of life, it just gets
right.
more and more complicated as you move on.
So there's your key thing, right? So Ants Canada guy, I forget his name. I knew what it was at some point. I've been following him for a long time too, even before he had his big paludariums and stuff like that he has now. He's mostly focused on the food web, and that is not the linchpin of your ecosystem, unfortunately. I did say how important it was earlier, but when you're designing from the bottom up, you cannot start there. I've actually, thanks to my shrimp ecosystems, there's also a snail, a mini ram's horn snail in here that contributes to this as well. There are ways to increase the carrying capacity of the system, but it has to do with length scales and time scales, which is an incredibly advanced and complex subject. But basically, if you can have a very, like, the easiest way to think about it, right, is smaller organisms tend to work on faster frequencies. They have shorter lifespans. They eat and poop faster compared to larger organisms. Typically, that's not, the universal. It's just a rule of thumb. So if you want larger organisms, you can. There are certain ways to kind of invert the length scale dynamics such that you're exploiting certain things that change with volume. So like, for example, in an aquarium, they say 1 inch per fish, or 1 inch per gallon of water is how many fish you can have in the tank. If you can find a way to essentially complete that ecosystem with the minimal amount of volume, but the most amount of surface area, well, now you're going to have a food web that can support more life, and you're going to have ways to produce to handle those waste products as well. Oxygen is a little bit more to do with how you control algae, but the basic way of saying it is the way we think about carrying capacity might be something I can flip on its head.
In theory, like I said, because of the lessons that I learned about soil, the soil's carrying capacity is directly related to the amount of microbial life that lives in the soil. So it should apply to all natural systems, I should imagine.
And so one of the interesting thing about the soil is that you have a certain group of bacteria called iron oxidizing bacteria and iron reducing bacteria. And they provide a redox gradient that will literally shuttle nutrients between them. It'll literally carry nutrients from, if I'm recalling correctly, the oxidizers to the reducers, but I'd have to double check that to be certain. And so you can exploit that. Say you create a targeted region of iron oxidizers that take in nutrients from your system at a key point, and then your reducers put out nutrients at a key point. Well, now you have a very directed nutrient flow instead of stochastic flows. And the ability to direct those sort of things is, to me, what true ecosystem engineering is. It's not about making the hardware. It's about understanding like these very complex nutrient cycles. So that way you can actually use them naturally. You can integrate them in the ways that nature would already try to integrate them. Like, for example, in my shrimp tank, I haven't made purposely stratified columns, but if I were going to, I would only do it in a segment of the tank. I'm not trying to change the whole ecosystem. I'm trying to add more to a part of it. Yeah, finally, I was wondering how long we had to go on for to keep the content going. I don't know if did you see the comment there, Specman?
I'll just
yeah. The funny thing is that everybody in the chat is welcome to come in and join this conversation at any point. I don't want to exclude anyone. I just happen to think that the stuff that you're talking about is the stuff that is going to be most beneficial to humanity in the long run.
Me too. That's why I've spent so long learning it. And it's funny, right? Like when I first started this, I was just more kind of agnostic about it, but now I'm confident. Now I'm certain that there's a lot of solutions in this that we aren't taking advantage of.
Yeah, I know this. I know this for a fact. I mean, the fact that there is so much diversity on the planet Earth, it proves that amazing things are possible. And the fact that now we've got the eyes to see it, we can actually see ecosystems changing in real time to adapt to different circumstances, you know?
It is very remarkable for sure.
And the fact that they're saying that if human beings could just stop poisoning everything, that if we wait for another 10,000 years, that there'll be a forest back in the Sahara Desert, for example. It's got all of the ingredients of life except for the one thing, which is water. And eventually the water will come back to that area because, you know, the planet is constantly moving and the ecosystem is constantly moving, weather patterns are constantly moving. So
ice ages and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I will caution against one potential trap with this line of thinking that, like, oh my God, nature's so amazing, which is that for a while we just kind of thought that we could do anything and nature would just adapt to it, right? Because it's that amazing. Don't think that way. Do not think that nature can just adapt to anything we do. It has to evolve, and evolution takes time. Never design a
exactly.
system.
The humans have got this propensity to do stuff, first of all, just for the sake of doing it, and secondly, it's always mostly money orientated, which was something that we invented so that I could swap 10 fish for one sheep and
we invented it so nobody would feel like they're getting scammed out of a deal.
So, but basically, that tool has, and it is a tool. It's become the thing that influences most of our bad decisions. Put it that way.
It's one thing.
So we need to get past that. We need to find a way to get past that. And
we had Doomer come up. Sorry, Specman. We had Doomer come up, and I want to make sure Doomer has a chance, just because we are low on time. Dirty said he's almost done. So.
Yeah, I don't have much to say, I guess. This talk about ecosystems takes me back. I got when I was still doing science. I was doing science in aquatic ecosystems, and we actually tried to. Well, we did try to draw a diagram of all the connectedness in a single system, and I actually drew the diagram. I was doing a lot of graphic design at the time, and it was insane. The amount of complexity in just a simple stream system was unhinged. Um, we don't understand what we're messing with. It's as simple as that. We just don't get it. We think we understand. We think we got a handle on things, and we're about to lose systems that are so complex that humans haven't even begun to comprehend what it is that
The
they're losing.
Mediterranean.
I'm not even talking about one thing in particular. This whole planet is an Earth system, and it's a system of systems. And I only studied freshwater systems at the time. I studied several of them, and they have a lot of characteristics in common. But this is a system of systems. And if you were to try and plot this out statistically in like a multivariate space, you'd have a billion dimensions.
Yeah.
It is so complicated and so interconnected. And as much as I'm pleased that people are talking about their ecosystems and what they need and studying them, I'm just here to. I just want to just say something as a professional that this is hopeless. You have to leave these systems alone. You have to stay the fuck away from them.
I get that.
And once you lose them, they're gone. And there's nothing that can ever replace it, ever. That's terrible. No one wants to hear that. Everyone wants to think we can solve our problems, but when you lose these systems, they're gone. And they only come back in geologic time. And also, there's a thing called path dependency. If you know anything about succession in a meadow, yes. But what it means is that the pathway where you get these systems that you see, and you think, oh, here's a system. I'm going to look at this. I want to, run a net through it, see what's in the water. These systems come into existence through a series of chaotic events. They are chaos driven. And if you were to rewind the clock and run the clock forward again, you get a different system 9 times out of 10. So you just can't. There's no hope of rebuilding these things. People have been trying to rebuild these things since the 70s, when people started thinking, hey, maybe we can fix what we've broken. And I just have to tell you, it's just laughable. I mean, it makes me cry when I think about it. But what we have to do with these systems is stay out of them, stay away from them. No humans allowed.
Would it surprise you to hear that I agree with you?
No, it doesn't surprise me at all. Because once any half intelligent person has thought about it, they'll recognize that we have lost far more than we have ever recovered. And you'll hear one successful story about how they replanted a wetland somewhere in the South Bay of the Bay Area, and they had tens of billions of dollars with which to do it, and they had hundreds of volunteers with which to do it. And they got one wetland replanted, and then the sea level rose, put it all in the water. I mean, it's just hopeless. It's just so hopeless that it's stupid. It's stupid hopeless. And we have to stay away from these systems. We have to stop fucking with them. It's as simple as that. All of them, everywhere.
I would say one thing in humanity's defense. We are now, for the first time in history, all making a concerted effort to depopulate everywhere apart from sub-Saharan Africa has volunteered.
Stop right there. No, everything you just said is misinformation. That's complete raging lunatic bullshit. Everything you just said is absolute over-the-top horseshit. Okay, there is no concerted effort. Nobody is deliberately doing this. People are going into systems and fucking them up and walking away with the money. That's what people are doing. Everything you just said is absolute raging madness. Nothing like that is happening.
It is important.
So India, the most populated country in the world, is not at negative replacement rate at the moment.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. This is horseshit. You're focusing on the wrong things. I'm talking about systems. Not populations. Get your head out of your ass. The problem is we're destroying the planet. It's not coming back. It cannot come back except after we are gone. When we're gone,
Okay, so
we have
there's
to
where I
stop
disagree.
doing this.
There's where I disagree. I think that humans can be smart enough to at least do what you said and, fence off 99.9% of the planet and only exist in the space we need. All I'm talking about is that the space we still need to occupy doesn't have to be void of ecology. That can also be an ecosystem, and that's the one we can craft.
Humans are dumb as a sack of busted hammers. They can't do anything you just said.
Collectively or individually?
Both. Both.
Well, then you're speaking, but then that's also true for you. So how serious should I take your opinion on that?
I have gotten far enough along to recognize that the rest of you people are dumb. You don't understand. You don't understand what you're up against.
That is the problem. We do not understand what we're up against. But if we can find enough energy to get to our nearest sun, which is in Proxima B, and I do believe it's possible.
Okay, this is where I just give up. This is where I give up.
So we just have
you understand? You understand why I just give up?
Paul,
I give up.
Sorry, you're not Paul.
So we just have to admit defeat
Cougar.
and realize that we are the most destructive thing in the universe, and that we're going to destroy all life on this planet because that's the only thing that we're capable of.
Cougar, I hear what you're saying.
Wow, that's really good.
Cougar, just for a second.
Well done.
Sorry.
Well
I know
done.
he's infuriating. Cougar, just for 1 second.
No, I agree with him. He's right.
But hear me out, Cougar.
Write that down.
What if you?
I actually have written it down, but now that there's 3 people in the chat at the moment, we have all written down. Unless we do something drastic, nothing's gonna make it out of this. It's gonna revert to a dormant state, and maybe 100 billion years later, I don't even think our sun's got that much time. Our sun's running out of time to rebuild the system that we have now. Our sun hasn't got enough energy to do it.
Can I
hope,
get a chance to ask Cougar? We have a limited amount of time, and I just want a chance to ask Cougar something. Cougar, do you actually want to meet somebody who can show you that they can see an ecosystem for what it is, even the complexity? They can appreciate that there is some complexity that they don't understand. Is that what you want? Is that what you want people to have that level of awareness?
My needs are very simple. People have to stay away from natural systems, far away, completely away, period, forever.
I happen to think that humanity has formed part of this natural system for.
Also, I just don't think people are going to do that if you don't educate them to appreciate said complexity.
No, they're not going to do that. Period. They're incapable of doing that. They can't do it.
But you got to agree. We're always going to be on the edge of an ecosystem, and we should probably manage that edge that we're on, right?
No, you can't manage it. Stay away from it. Stay away.
See, when you say you can't manage it, that's where I disagree with you.
I know.
Yeah, my friends.
Which is really disturbing because you're
to predict every little result.
You are otherwise an intelligent person. You are clearly blinded to the recklessness of your claim.
I understand where you're coming from, actually, and I agree with you that it's an issue. Like I said, one of our biggest traps as a species was that nature will always find a way. What I'm trying to get through to you is that don't you think that it takes an understanding and appreciation of that complexity to even understand why you should leave an ecosystem alone in the first place?
No, it just takes a restriction. Don't go there. Don't go there.
But we're still going to have to live in whatever ecosystem we live in.
No. Don't go there.
So what? We're all just gonna wait. What are we gonna do? We're all just gonna lay belly up in the ocean. Like what's your plan?
Don't go in the ocean either.
There's no ecosystem we can go to then.
We're going to systematically, radically depopulate.
There's no ecosystem we can go to then, Cougar.
I will make.
I think that we can.
Humans are allowed to occupy villages on a small scale, far
But there's
apart.
an ecosystem around that village that they'd have to manage.
They stay within their walls, and they let the animals out to graze.
What? No. You get no animals in your ecosystem because we have to leave them alone too, because they're already performing a valuable function in the rest of the world. So we need to just let them do what it is, and we need to learn to 3D print sustenance from non-organic materials, right?
Where's your 3D printer coming from?
Well, no, I think he's making fun of you because you're going to have some sort of interior ecosystem to support agriculture or permaculture. Otherwise,
All right,
people
how
wouldn't
do
be able
we?
to eat.
Okay, fine. I think you're finally catching up with the problem. When did we used to interact with the ecosystems without destroying them? When was the
Before
last
we
time?
had agriculture,
Yes. How many humans were there on the planet at that time? Take a
probably
guess.
100,000.
Maybe even in the millions,
Okay.
single-digit millions. Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, but see, again, who gets to decide who dies here?
Nobody does.
Oh, well, then that's an unrealistic population target.
I'm hoping that Kugaduma is talking about a sustained slow depopulation.
The population target is 8 million, which is 1% of the current, 1/10 of 1% of the current population. 8 million, and we will get there whether we like it or not.
I have no doubt that livability of the planet's going down. So I agree with you there, Doomer. What I'm asking though is, how do we give the power to someone to decide who gets to live and who gets to die without that person?
We have already delegated who gets the power. It's already been done.
Yeah, but those people are not the ones who should have the power.
Too bad. They got it.
Do you not believe that information that you just shared with us in the hands of the elites, they've going, we can't win anyway, the world's going to get drastically depopulated no matter what we do, and it gives them zero incentive to even try to be
They're
better?
They're not trying, and they're taking evasive action. Peter Thiel, one of the head ghouls, just moved himself to Argentina. I did a video several months ago. It was almost like just a joke video. Where would you run away to if you were one of the elites and you had to escape and money was no object? And I had 4 places you could go in theory. One of them, of the 4, was Argentina. He knew. I knew. We all know. There's no mystery here. It's going to happen. It's already happening. They're going to leave us behind. That's their plan. They're going to leave us behind.
But aren't those very people the same people that are the least capable of looking after themselves in small communities?
But they don't need to. Every one of these people, and let's say that there's 8,000 billionaires that anyone cares about. 8,000. That's a lot of billionaires. They each get to be the king or queen of their own fiefdom, and everyone is working for them or they perish.
But it ends when they end, doesn't it?
They don't care.
I tend to agree with you on that. But if us people that are not millionaires and above, if we can get some kind of consensus as to we need to steadily depopulate, find cleaner ways to live, give more back to nature. It might still not be enough, but at least consciously and spiritually, we would all be better people.
So I don't even think we need to depopulate, to be clear. I think if we got rid of all of our farmers' fields, naturalize them, they're not going to be the same as they were before. I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that they're dysfunctional. And just by getting rid of all the land that we've dedicated towards agriculture, if you want to include golf courses, that works too. That alone is enough to reduce our impact enough that we definitely could be living.
Here's your problem. Let me say the problem differently. Here's your problem. the carrying capacity of the planet for humans, we are large animals. The carrying capacity for humans, without the constant intervention of fossil fuels as a solution to our problems, is probably about 80 million people. That's 1% of the current population. 80 million people.
Sorry, I disagree that that's the carrying capacity for the whole planet. The carrying capacity for the whole planet is in the hundreds of billions.
Yeah, okay.
Our problem is our industry. Petrochemicals is what makes it unsustainable to live like we do, because we can't do so without polluting the environment.
In order to do any of this, you must consume fossil fuels. And by doing that, you have completely fucked the planet for human purposes.
Do deers? Wait. Do deers need to consume fossil fuels? No, they just need to eat food and shit. Same with us,
I'm not
right?
talking about deers. I'm talking about humans.
Right. So this is why when we can come up with technology that provides complete alternatives to fossil fuels, then we can finally be done with that. That what we're saying is only true so long as we don't come up with alternatives.
You haven't.
Oh, we haven't.
And of course, once we finally,
no
did,
bioplastics whatsoever. We've made none. Is your claim?
We pump more crude oil out of the ground now than we ever did.
Wait. Now you're shifting your claim. Your claim was that we have made no bioplastics.
No, I'm saying
I know we're
can't survive.
deep in the middle of the conversation, but I'm going to have to ask you for your final thoughts, as I do need to wrap up. Forgive me for interrupting you.
Doomerism just gives the rich what they want by making you feel powerless. Have a good night.
I think that we're a really smart species, and eventually we will come up with something that decreases the need for fossil fuels at all, you know. And there was an invention made called the Tromp, which literally drops water from a great height so that you can collect oxygen, you know, like 80% pure oxygen, and 80% pure oxygen can run any piece of machinery. We do not need fossil fuels. Thank you, lads.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Kukuduma, Melanie, and Specman. Good practical conversation at the end there. Thank you everyone for joining. We've been all over the place today. Thank you for chat and the various listeners on the various platforms. I hope you've enjoyed the show. I do have a couple of closing remarks. First, I just have to address Carl and Alyssa. Now, I must speak with clarity and care here. I don't feel capable of taking responsibility for anybody's safety. I believe that we are responsible for our own safety. Carl, if you feel unsafe or at threat on this panel, then, well, I really appreciate your wife looking after you, and I really hope you're well, brother. This is an open panel, so as long as people aren't being directly abusive, then I don't feel I can just interrupt them and kick them off. On a broader note, there are a lot of thoughts. The thoughts swirl around the mind, and I think they make the human animal quite dizzy and sick. My suggestion for anybody struggling with too much thinking is to please listen to the somatic vibrations of your physical being. Take the activity of that mind that runs away and put it to use. Wield it as a tool and feel your being. These two processes ground themselves out. I hope you're all well. Have a good night or a good day wherever you are. Be well.